We
were
back in the
called
building.
there
We
in
back
the
in
state.
the
Now, this
building.
isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen.
We back in the building. We back in the building.
That we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations.
We are back in the building. We are back in the building.
Screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So
are they trying to stop the zesty black vote? Are they trying to stop the zesty black vote?
The Associated Press.
Let me
These
know.
are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were
couple
no
rednecks
bombs.
trying
Right
to stop
now,
that
as you can see on
zesty
your
black
screen,
vote.
Those locations
Couple of rednecks trying to stop that zesty black vote.
that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and
are rednecks trying to stop that zesty black vote. We back. We back. Hit that like button, y'all.
Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So, again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having.
Couple rednecks trying to stop that zesty black vote from coming in.
As we're looking at those bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not, but we do know that now.
What do y'all think? Do y'all think that those bomb threats were credible?
County, one of those counties that
was it Russian interference? Maybe it's just a couple rednecks trying to stop that zesty black vote from coming in.
Their voice is heard.
All right, Christina Evans there. Thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina,
they fear that zesty black vote.
Take to the podium here. Let's watch. All right, here we have it. This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on election night 2024. We are here and
hit that like button. Hit that like button, y'all.
And we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing.
They're talking about. They're saying that there's credible threats of bomb threats, in Democratic ran cities out in Georgia. Who do y'all think that's coming from? I want to know who y'all think that's coming from. Is it the zesty black vote? What are they trying to suppress? That's what I want to know from y'all tonight. What are they trying to suppress?
County Election Board Chair. We happen to be joined tonight by our State Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams, as well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you
out here in Georgia
who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever. Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well-trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats.
Couple bomb threats.
Were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, anywhere from after.
Who's trying to suppress the zesty black vote? Who's trying to suppress it?
On the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done. I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our...
Who's trying to suppress this zesty black vote? I need to know.
Allen.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats again.
Who is trying to suppress the zesty black vote? I need to know tonight. Does anybody know? Anybody have an inkling?
Election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Revere.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to do all of them at once tonight. My name is John Revere. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. I want to talk about the great things that I've seen because over the last couple of weeks I've had a chance to go across.
Salute to Grabby. Grabby says, I hope Georgia goes blue. I think that Georgia will go blue. They have early projections already that they're getting from Georgia. It looks like Kamala had like maybe like a 3 or 4 point lead. So it's looking like Kamala may win Georgia. Listen, they're doing everything to try to suppress that zesty black vote. They're calling in bomb threats. Claiming, they're claiming they're gonna spin the block on the zesty black vote. They're trying to do everything to suppress that zesty black vote from coming in. I think that Georgia goes blue tonight. They're doing everything to suppress that zesty black vote. They are in fear of those saucy Santana niggas with their hair dyed, fried, and laid to the side, with the booty shorts. They're scared of them zesty niggas in Georgia, man. They call them bomb threats. They doing everything to suppress that vote. I think that Georgia is going to go blue. What do y'all think? I think that Georgia goes blue tonight because they're talking to people. These are the people that run the city, and they had the sheriff up there, and I think the mayor was up there, and they're talking about how they're getting all these bomb threats and whatnot. They don't know where the bomb threats is coming from. They're saying that it could be Russia. I don't think it's Russia though. I think it's rednecks from Georgia trying to suppress that damn zesty black vote. That's what I think.
And our sincere gratitude to the poll workers and election staff for their dedication.
They want to shut down that zesty black vote.
To conducting today's successful election. We want to provide a special thank you to the county manager, Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort.
I don't think Kamala's going to win. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think Kamala's going to win. I mean, she still has an uphill battle. I mean, if she wins Georgia, that's a good win. But it's still like, there's still a couple of swing states that she would need to win to bring this thing home. Pennsylvania is really, that's what everybody's saying. Pennsylvania is really the state that she's going to need. Pennsylvania and a couple other key states. But we're not calling this thing yet. I mean, it's still early. People are still at the polls. We still may have a couple surprises tonight. We're going to see how this thing pans out.
We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballot, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advanced voting. And more than... Did
you guys vote tonight? Let me know. Anybody in the chat, did you guys vote tonight? Were you guys a part of the political process tonight? Were you a part of the problem or were you a part of the process? I need to know tonight. I need to know tonight.
26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpass the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions, our staff and poll workers remain steadfast in their commitment to ensuring a smooth process. And in regards to these disruptions,
do we have anybody from Georgia in here as well? Anybody from Georgia that want to tell us exactly what's going on? Anybody was in the voting polls, in the voting centers when these bomb threats were coming in? Anybody from Georgia?
Community Center, which will remain open until 7:45. Lake Forest Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:10. Southwest Arts Center, which will remain open until 7:43. And Northwood.
And keep in mind, these voting centers are still open. These voting centers are still open. So it's not like, even though, Kamala Harris may have a small marginal lead, it's not over yet. It's still a lot. It's still a lot of we still got a lot of time on the clock. Voting centers are still open. If you haven't voted, get your ass to the voting center.
Post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
If you haven't voted, get your zesty black ass to the voting poll. Get your zesty black ass to the voting poll if you haven't voted yet. A lot of y'all zesty niggas, get to the voting poll, man. Shouldn't have to hold your hand. Get down to the voting poll. Make your vote count. Make your vote count. Make your vote count, man. Make your vote count. Make your vote count, man. Let's see y'all down there.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good.
See, they were planning. They were planning this. They had a knowledge that it was probably going to be, somebody calling a bomb threat. Who is trying to suppress the zesty black vote? That's who we should see. That's what y'all Trump supporters should have been worried about. The zesty black vote. The zesty black vote. That's a hell of a voting block, The zesty black vote. A lot of zesty black people in Atlanta and in Georgia. That's the voting block you should have been worried about.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the events.
And salute to the police officers for protecting those voting centers and doing their job. Salute. You always got to salute great police work. You always got to salute great police work.
Every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a.
Let me know in the chat who you voted for. Let me know in the chat who you voted for, who you're rocking for. Who do you think is going to win tonight? Let me know in the voting. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat.
So the processes that were planned and practiced to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across.
I think this is the sheriff right here.
The safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility? Say it again. Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Who is trying to stop the zesty black vote?
Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here.
I want to know where these bomb threats come from too. I think it's domestic. I don't think it's Russia. I think it's domestic.
Some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused.
I think that these are domestic terrorists making these calls, these hoax calls into these black places. You know, they're predominantly black places that they're calling these hoax bomb threats into. I think that it's domestic. I think it's all coming domestically. I don't think it's Russia. They want to say, oh, it's Russia collusion. I think you got a couple of rednecks trying to suppress that zesty black vote. Listen, man, rednecks, they not happy with the zesty black vote. They're not happy with the Saucy Santanas, the Little Nas X's. The zesty black vote is a dangerous vote. They're trying to suppress the zesty black vote. Niggas in booty shorts, be aware. Niggas with the eyelashes, be aware. If you are a zesty black nigga, be aware, cause they're looking for you.
By Republican Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless.
What do y'all think Pennsylvania is going to be? Do y'all think Pennsylvania goes red or blue tonight? Because they saying that this race is really going to be determined by Pennsylvania. They're saying Pennsylvania is the important state tonight. Do you think Pennsylvania goes blue or red tonight?
Like the AP project a race call without numbers there, and I think this is really important to kind of.
And make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button.
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here, because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans, so far, with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
Right.
That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics.
Did you guys vote today? Let me know if you guys voted today. I want to know if you guys voted today. Did you guys vote today? Did you guys vote? Were you guys a part of the political process today? A lot of you niggas ain't vote, man. A lot of you niggas, you know, y'all up here capping. You acting like
tonight. Justice
acting like you did the work, but you ain't did the work. You ain't been down to the polls. You ain't, you know. Did you niggas vote today? I want to know if you dudes voted today, man. Or you dudes in here just capping. Did you vote today? Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you vote?
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
Were you a part of the problem or were you a part of the process today?
Oh, Paru, you going to bed, nigga.
I want to know. I want to know if you guys were a part of the process or a part of the problem. You know, we started the show back up. I took down the first one. Got it. I guess it's just gonna be a slow show tonight. I guess. You know. Yeah, I want to know if you guys were a part of the problem or a part of the process tonight. I want to know. I'm very curious to know. Get back into it. Let's get back into it. Get back into it.
Conversation, more expertise and analysis. Austin, we're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westwell, we've done that all year covering this election here. We actually do have a live picture up right now. Okay, you can see there, this is live. So we're going to be getting these in throughout the course of the evening at these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night.
Listen, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail-biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on porn sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the state, or did Trump manage to fully separate himself from Robinson and have the races be treated, separately? Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch-and-go race. Polls have showed statistical dead heat. Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand.
Let me know if you voted today. Let me know if you voted. Did anybody vote today? Let me know. Anybody in the live chat. Did you vote today? Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you vote?
Republicans do any
were you a part of the process, or were you a part of the problem? A lot of y'all are a part of the problem, man. You guys don't want to vote. Salute to Ray Love. He says Trump, 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 Trump. We got the Trump supporters in the building. Ray, did you vote though? Did you vote? I know you're supporting Trump, but did you vote for Trump?
The candidate
did you go to the? Did you go to the? Did you go down to the polls? Did you vote for Trump today?
You had fewer.
Yeah, did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
Running for office.
Let me know if you were at those polls today.
Wipe the slate clean and
just stand on that long ass line. Maybe you voted early. Let me know. I want to know tonight.
Were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana.
Salute to Liz. She says yes.
Moreno in Ohio, and we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But
do you guys rather vote early, or do you guys rather stand on the line? Let me know that.
Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump
do you guys rather stand on the long line on election day, or do you guys rather just put in the vote early?
Letting your free.
Let me know in the chat. Do you guys rather stand on the long ass line on election night, or would you rather just vote early, send in your votes early?
That goes on inside the GOP.
And let's just put a fine point on North Carolina. I've got the map behind me showing the Tar Heel state right now. So we're looking at the major metro areas of Charlotte.
Frank Luna says, we trust in the name of the Lord, our God. We are victorious. My vote goes to Donald J. Trump. If God is for us, tell me who is against us.
Voting there. Can you just put into context for us how important the target?
Let me ask you a question, Frank.
Battlegrounds that we've been talking so much about.
Do you think God would vote for Donald J. Trump?
Without North Carolina and without...
If God had a vote, this is a hypothetical question, Frank. If God had a vote,
if she wins the blue wall,
if God was an everyday American, do you think he would vote for Donald J. Trump? I'm just asking.
And she holds all the other states.
This is a hypothetical question. That's all. It's not a right or wrong question. I'm just asking you your opinion on that.
Kamala Harris.
Ray says I vote early. Okay, yeah. Some people like to vote early. Instead of standing online, I agree with you, Ray, because a lot of people don't like to stand online. Some of them well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't see no lines today. There wasn't no crazy lines, but I know in different areas there's probably lines and stuff like that. So yeah, voting early could be more beneficial.
19 electoral votes, and Georgia and North Carolina are 16 each. So if we call North.
Ray says God did have a vote. He saved his life twice already.
Deal yet.
So, Bill, though.
Hey, Ray, how about this, Ray?
Of Hurricane Helene.
There was a guy from Germany. He had a funny mustache.
That was a key concern.
He had a lot of attempts on his life as well. Are you telling me that his life was ordained by God, or is that what you're trying to tell me?
Seen anything to
there was a funny guy. There was a funny looking guy, short guy with a funny mustache. He was from Germany.
Happening in West North.
He had a lot of attempts on his life as well. Would you say that would pertain to him as well?
For a little bit.
Make it make sense.
Compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races.
It's just a question, Ray. Ray, I need you to answer that today. There was a guy from Germany with a funny mustache. He had a lot of attempts on his life as well. He survived it. Would you say that would apply to him as well?
For her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limit or opting not to seek.
That goes to you, Real Spill, too. Real Spill, I'm asking you the same question. There was a guy with a funny mustache that had a lot of attempts on his life as well. He survived a lot of those attempts. Would you say the same pertains to him?
Sometime, although it got a little close in 20.
I'm asking both of y'all the question because y'all both are saying that these are signs from God that Donald Trump, the attempted assassination, it didn't get him. I'm asking y'all a question. Would that pertain to that guy with that funny mustache? I need y'all to answer that question.
As extreme, not seen as a Trumper, and Kelly Ayotte was trying to run.
Please don't tell me I have you guys stumped. I need you to answer that.
Presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump.
I'm still waiting on that answer.
But only 10% of estimated votes counted. Austin Westfall and I, we were discussing.
You guys don't want to answer my question.
The campaign's key focus or lack of focus thereof.
Frank says God will vote for the righteousness.
Okay. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
Well, Vance did a late trip.
Ray says that guy with the funny mustache didn't survive or succeed.
Of course,
but no, but Ray, I'm asking though because you're right. He didn't succeed.
They really don't. There's no evidence
let's say
those
this.
Numbers there.
You saying that Donald Trump surviving the assassination attempt was a sign from God, and I'm saying that the guy with the funny mustache, he had at least 4 to 5 attempts on his life, and he survived all of them.
He's never
Would you say that pertained to him as well? Because you're saying that these attempts on his life was a divine intervention. So I'm just asking the question.
This other group called Turning Point and a couple others.
Would that pertain to him as well?
In every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in. They're trying to show a sense of bravado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went
Let's not act like the devil doesn't intervene as well.
to New Mexico and Colorado and New York City infamously a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really.
Some people have even said that it's possible that those things. Now I don't fall into the conspiracy realm of it being staged. I don't think it was staged. I think it did happen. But a lot of people have said that it may have been staged. I don't think it was staged though, because anytime when somebody loses their life, I can't say it's staged.
As we close in on the top of another hour here, just want to stay in the north.
Hey, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. I'm just trying to see where you're at.
Between Phil Scott, the Republican.
Ray says no, it doesn't because he didn't survive. Okay, hey, if that's all right.
Another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger.
I just wanted to know.
In Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Did you guys vote early? Hope you guys voted early. Vote early. Vote early. I hope you guys went to the voting polls, in the morning time. Maybe right after work. Those are some of the best times to go. Yeah, going right after work. I hope you guys went to the voting polls at a good time. Hope you guys are not stuck online, anything like that. Maybe you guys hit the polls. Maybe you guys hit the polls at a decent time where it wasn't on lines. I hope you guys didn't get stuck in that. Yeah, man. But it's gonna be interesting tonight, man. It's gonna be interesting tonight. Who do you guys got winning tonight? I know we got a couple Trump supporters in the building. Who do you guys got winning tonight? Donald J. Trump or Kamala Harris, the pantsuit messiah? Do you see the pantsuit messiah with a landslide victory? Listen, Donald Trump, he's not gonna win the Georgia. He's not gonna win Georgia. If y'all think that Donald Trump is gonna win Georgia, I think that's a dub. I think that Donald Trump could win Pennsylvania. I think he could win Pennsylvania, but I don't think he's gonna win Georgia. It's too many zesty black people in Georgia. That's why they're calling in all these bomb threats, because they're trying to stop this zesty black vote from coming in. I think he can get Pennsylvania. I think he can win Pennsylvania. I think he can get Pennsylvania, and I think he can get Nevada as well. I think he can get Nevada, but I don't think he's gonna get Georgia. I think that's a lost cause, bro. Georgia is a lost cause.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night. Elections are historic moments in U.S. history, no doubt. This night will be historic as well here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to give your attention to some of the graphics on your screen, including that number in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You see there it says 750.7K. Well, in addition to myself and 750,000 others, you are watching us in real time here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left hand of your screen. That is our Electoral College tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now as it stands, Harris with 3. But like I said, it is still early.
Trump has 23 electoral votes. He's up right now. Because he's up right now. So you're stuck right now. Trump is up in the electoral votes. Now, it's pretty early. It's kind of early, but he's up right now. Trump fans, this is Trump supporters. This is a small win. He has an early lead. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to keep that early lead, but he has an early lead. That's a good sign. We got a lot of states to call. We have a lot of states to call. A lot of things are still coming in. But There's one state he's not gonna win Georgia, bro. If you guys think he's gonna win Georgia, that's a lost cause. Don't think he's gonna run away with Georgia tonight. That's not gonna happen.
Really, that magic number 270 for the Electoral College as well. Bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall again in the Live Now newsroom and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West Virginia. Yes, the races have been called there, but we finally have a good sense, especially in this Senate race there, between Justice and Elliott. Justice with the race call there from the Associated Press.
Yeah, did anybody vote locally? Anybody vote locally tonight?
Is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far.
Let me know if you guys voted locally tonight.
Hold up.
There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Moreno here.
Hold on, y'all.
Any thoughts on that? We
My fault. Hold on.
have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno wins that race and flips the Ohio Senate seat, pretty darn good chance Republicans are going to be taking the Senate, because Democrats, because you already have West Virginia, now the Republicans need a net of 2. So I'm sorry, they would need 2 to if Kamala Harris is president. If you would need to offset a Ohio flip with a win either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you'd have to feel pretty good about the Republican chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
All right, Bill Scher with the Washington Monthly. Bill, I know you have to go. Thanks so much for making time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more.
My fault, y'all. My fault. It's all me doing that. My fault. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, we will check back in with you then, Mark. Thank you. Well, now in Cobb County, thousands of voters who received absentee
to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in, Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. John Tester, who is another 3-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state, he's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past 3 Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war, and then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another blue wave.
I'll be right back.
Montana, Ohio.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Parallels to draw there. Both of those 3-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
All right, and Austin, apologize there. Austin, we are in a new hour. It's 6 o'clock here Mountain Time. It's 8 o'clock there on the East Coast. That means polls have now closed or are about to close in states like Pennsylvania.
Like we're getting some results in Pennsylvania and Texas.
That's right.
These are populating in real time. And you know what? Let's hover over these and see what we can from these. So this is the Texas Senate race. Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. This is something that a lot of people have been fascinated by. Very early results. Only 8% of the votes counted so far, but so far we do see Colin Allred with a 13 roughly point lead over Ted Cruz. Only 8% of the votes in. You can't really draw anything from that few of the votes being tabulated. I think we're hearing a little bit more out of Florida as well. I think I saw this go darker red. It used to be lightly red, and now it looks like this has a check mark on it, which would indicate that the Associated Press has actually called this Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. We're seeing Scott with a comfortable lead, over a 10-point lead to McCarcel Powell. It looks like one of those, some might say, small chances that Democrats could steal one from the Republicans. It looks like that door is closing in Florida specifically.
All right, so you're right. We do have a race call there in Florida. It seems like Republicans breathing a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. Rick Scott stays there in the Senate. Let's put up the numbers here because it looks like, to your point, the Associated Press did call that race. This is the breakdown right now with 82% of estimated votes counted between Scott and McCarcel Powell. To your point, though, we are tracking yet another Senate race in Texas that Democrats were somewhat bullish on as well here between Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Too early to tell yet for this race, but we are getting results just in here. In the meantime, though, we do have some new vantage points coming to us from the election night watch parties of both Trump and Harris here. That one there on the campus of Howard University. Take a look at that. You see a lot of Harris Walz supporters gearing up. They're watching the results. This one there at West Palm Beach in Florida. You also see a lot of MAGA, red, Make America Great Again hats as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a live event. We want to go up north to Philadelphia. DA there, Larry Krasner, about to brief the media on how the election is going there. So this press conference is going to get underway in any moment here. We'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris Walz ticket and for the Trump-Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated Electoral College tally there. Harris with 35 and Trump with 95 there. Remember, the magic number is 270. So you see there at the election night watch party for the Trump-Vance ticket and the election night watch party for the Harris Walz ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, excuse me, rather, Howard University outside of Washington. In the meantime here, we are waiting for the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, to begin this kind of highly anticipated press conference there about some of the threats that have been made there in Philly, about some of the voting numbers, about some of the ballot counting in Philadelphia. It looks like he's beginning. Let's listen.
All right, we're good. Are we ready? Okay. All right. Thank you all. I do want to cover one small point, and I want to stress that it's small, but it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today, and for that reason there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front just in case there may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. We want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
DA, was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right, so.
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right, so the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exceptions has to do the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this. People have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary, but the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes. And that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work, that polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they have been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start out by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less day's end update.
Good evening, everybody. I can talk a little bit more in detail about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of heated rhetoric. Passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around Philadelphia, some of these bomb threat hoaxes and the like there. And so just an update out of the city of brotherly love. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to get to right now, including and especially at the presidential level here. Let's just start because so many race calls have been made this hour already. We're still very fresh in the hour. Let's go through them right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump beating Harris there. He gets 9 electoral votes in the Palmetto State. If we can keep going as well, Trump with Florida, take a look at that. 30 electoral votes in the Republican column there. Trump winning Florida yet again like he did in 2020 over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard, Massachusetts going for Kamala Harris. Harris getting Massachusetts's 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, this going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour. Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a big gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead over Donald Trump. We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. We're Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say. Pennsylvania, some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right. And it is, to your point, very early still. Blue and red mirages can be operative at the moment here, but we are in for a long night. Austin, stay with me here. We do want to just get in some more of these race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states, too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there in states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland. Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column. Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well. But these are the numbers that we have. We want to put that up again. Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election day in and day out, or at least have. That's including the New York Post's Cameron Arcand. He joins me.
Did I miss anything?
Cameron, good
Did
to
I
see
miss
you here.
anything?
So give us a sense.
Did I miss anything?
Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with
Did
Trump
I miss
and the vote share
anything?
with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to vote compared to 2020, where they might not have even lived in these states at this point yet.
Duncan says in the UK, polling stations are open until 10 p.m. Is this the case in the U.S.? No, polling stations are said to close maybe around 8 to 9 o'clock. So you're not too far off, 8 to 9. But, I mean, you guys, I know you guys have a prime minister and stuff like that, but you guys, you know, you're kicking up to the king. You're kicking up to the royal family. So yeah, it's a different things are gonna more than likely, even though polling will stop around 8 or 9 o'clock. 8 or 9 o'clock, that's when the polling stops. But primarily, they're gonna have to probably call this thing into the wee hours into the night. It may go until tomorrow. They may be still tallying votes until tomorrow. We don't know where this thing, we don't know how long we're gonna be here tallying this thing. It's gonna be very interesting to see how it turns out. But polling around the nation, it primarily ends around 8 or 9, Duncan, 8 or 9 o'clock.
So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing
it's very early right now. It's very early. Very early.
These mushrooms make you feel
very early right now. It's a lot to call. Oh, man. Did I miss anything, y'all? Did I miss anything? Went downstairs for a little bit, Did I miss anything?
That some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our Electoral College tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University in the nation.
Duncan says we have
Capitol.
A constitutional monarchy.
So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a.
Are you guys still kicking up to the royal family though? That's what I want to know. Are you guys still kicking up royal tax?
1 in 2 minutes.
To the royal family. Yes or no, Duncan? Are you guys kicking up tax to the royal family? I do want to know that. Are you guys still kicking up tax? Are you still kicking up tax to the royal family? You got people in United Kingdom struggling, suffering, some in poverty, but you're kicking up tax to the royal family. We need to know, Duncan. How long do y'all think this is going to last? How long do y'all think this presidential race is going to last? I don't know what just happened here. What the hell just happened? What the hell? What is this? Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Duncan says they are paid a civil. What is that? Civil list? A civil list? I don't know what that is. A civil. That's what they're paid though. I thought they were paid like some type of royal tax. You know, they like kick up money to them and all that. I mean, me personally, I just think that is disrespectful. I mean, that would be the equivalent of us having a president like a Donald Trump. Like if we had Donald Trump as president and we're all kicking up tax to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a damn billionaire and we're kicking up tax to Donald Trump. I would feel a way about that. All the money, all of the jewelry, the diamonds, the gold that the royal family has stolen from all of these different countries, all of the pillaging, and they have the nerve to get a tax kicked up to them.
Historic election night here in the United States. Happy election night to all of you. Let's get into more of these storylines throughout the course of the evening.
If the royal family had any self-respect, they would denounce their royal statehood. They would denounce it. They would give the money back to the nations that they stole it from. If they had any type of respect, any type of integrity.
Themselves, the Trump campaign.
If the royal family had any type of respect or integrity, they would take all of their riches and give it back to the countries. Give back all the diamonds. Give back all the gold. Give back, give back to the United Kingdom citizens if they had any type of integrity.
From the Trump campaign, when it comes to the outcome tonight, I think there is definitely still a push to make sure that these votes get counted because keep in mind they had a massive early voting push, and you saw that in a lot of states. This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 2022 and now want to back the former president. So that's kind of what they're keeping an eye on, keeping tally on who are these voters that we maybe did not see come to the polls for Trump in prior elections.
So Cameron, I gotta ask.
I think I'm gonna switch over to CNN. Let me see what CNN is talking about, because we've been watching Fox News. They ain't really talking about nothing, they ain't really, Let me see what CNN is talking about. Let me see what CNN talking about. Maybe they got something we could sink our teeth into. Okay, CNN, they not talking about nothing. Election. I did hear that Kamala Harris was at a black church. Maybe we should look at that. Kamala Harris. My brother told me that Kamala Harris was at a black church. This was 6 days ago. So we said church at a presidential election. Maybe we'll take a look at this. Let's take a look at the Kamala Harris speaking at a black church. Let's take a look at this.
Good afternoon. Oh, it's so good to worship with.
Let's take a look at Kamala Harris speaking at a black church.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
Let's put some excitement into election night, because I'm sitting here, I'm a little bored with this. I know it's still early. I get it. It's still early, but let's take a look at something else. Let's take a Kamala Harris speaking at a black church. I don't know if this is the video that my brother was talking about, but we're gonna take a look at this. Take a gander at this.
You all today. It is so good to worship with you today. Today is a special Sunday for me, and to be here in this home I just thank everybody. Presiding Bishop Sherd, I thank you. First Lady Karen Clark Sherd, I told you, you just spoke to my soul this morning. And to the bishops and members of the clergy, to all the elected leaders who are here today, including Senator Stabenow, my dear friend.
And I always said, Kamala Harris, she gives me First Lady vibes. If anybody ever been to a black church, Kamala Harris gives me church. She gives me First Lady vibes. Sister so-and-so. Sister Harris. She gives me First Lady vibes. She doesn't give me, she doesn't give me, hold on. Duncan says, this is an important event. Wishing the best outcome regardless who wins. Stop it, Duncan. You're from the United Kingdom. You want to see your little brother country, which is the United States, fail. You want us all back in the United Kingdom, sipping on tea and eating crumpets. Stop it, Duncan. You want us all back in the United Kingdom, eating a blood pudding, a plum pudding. You're not wishing for the best outcome for America. Keep it real, Duncan. Keep it real. America is your little brother country. You're not wishing them to succeed. You're wishing for them to fall on their face flat. We're a bastardized country. Really, America is just an experiment. It's really an experiment. We're only about what 200 to 300 years in. I don't think Duncan is sincere wishing America the best. He's from the United Kingdom. I don't believe he's wishing America the best. Let's get back into Kamala Harris at a black church, though.
And Senator Butler, Congresswoman Lawrence, and to the entire Greater Emmanuel family. What a blessing to be here in this historic church. I thank you. And under the
Duncan says, love your sense of humor.
leadership of the presiding bishop and chief apostle of the Church of God in Christ.
Oh, she was at a Kojic church. She's at Church in God in Christ. Okay, she was at a Kojic church. Can you imagine Kamala getting on that mic? Yes, ha. And I plead in the fifth, ha. And I plead the blood of Christ, ha. Can you imagine her speaking like that? Because she does. I told you, she does give me First Lady vibes. She does give me First Lady vibes.
And a church that has stood for justice for over a century. And what a blessing.
You see, this is what the black church does. They try to put a little soundtrack, in the background to try to pull at the heartstrings. Because black people, we are an emotional people. We're a very emotional people, a very spiritual people. So when you got a political candidate up there, and then they got the organ playing all sad, they're trying to galvanize your vote. They're trying to pull at the heartstring. That's what they do. What do they do every time? I'm talking about the black church. What do the black church do when they're trying to collect offering? They send the pastor up there to give him the mic, and they have him tell a sad story to try to pull at the heartstrings, to try to galvanize people to pay and put their money into the offering. It's crazy. Let's continue.
To be here in Detroit, the home of gospel royalty, and the anointed Clark sisters, whose music has lifted us through the seasons. I feel so blessed to be with everyone here. And I bring greetings from my pastor, Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church in San Francisco, California.
Let me look up her pastor, Amos C. Brown. I've never heard of him. This is allegedly her pastor, Amos. I've never heard of him, so I'm looking it up right now. Amos C. Brown, pastor. Look this brother up real quick. Okay, this is allegedly all this time. I'm thinking Kamala Harris is a Satanist. I'm just saying because none of her ideals, none of the things that she believes in tells me that she's a Christian woman. Yeah, think about it. This is a woman who is pro-choice. This is a woman who's is this the pastor I'm looking for? Hold on. But all this time I'm thinking that Kamala Harris is a Satanist because I mean she's pro-choice. She she doesn't have any ideology that aligns with God and what the Bible talks about. So allegedly this is her pastor right here, Amos Brown. Is this the pastor? Hold on. Amos, yeah, Reverend Amos Brown. This is her pastor. I just want to look this up. Amos Brown. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of Amos Brown? I'm thinking all this time Kamala was a Satanist. Let's continue.
California. So, church, in just 2 days, we have the power to decide the fate of our nation for generations to come. And as we prepare for that moment, I am reminded of a passage from Scripture.
Let's hear what passage Kamala is reading from the good book. Let's hear this.
Prophet Jeremiah wrote, "For I know the plans I have for you, they are the plans for good and not for disaster, to give you a future and a hope."
Ray Love says devils are in church too. Wolves in sheep clothing. I agree.
Church God.
This is what Democratic politicians do. They go to the black church and they try to trick black people into voting for them, knowing good and damn well when they get in office they're not going to do a damn thing for them. I've seen this time and time again from Democratic candidates. They come into the black church, they trick black women, mostly black women, because it's not a lot of black men that go to church. It's mostly black women. They try to trick black women into voting for them. They try to galvanize the black female vote and try to get them out to vote for them. That's what the goal was here.
God has a plan for us. He has good plans for us. Plans that will heal us and bring us together as one nation. Plans for freedom. Plans for opportunity. Plans for justice. But let us remember, it is not enough to just believe in those plans. We must act. Not enough to only pray. Not enough to just talk. We must act on the plan.
Ray says she knows that who scripture, but can't say where to find the actual verse. Yeah, she said it comes from the prophet Jeremiah. That's what she said. I don't think she gave a verse in chapter. I don't think she gave a verse in chapter. I didn't hear that. She just said it comes from the prophet Jeremiah. That's what I heard.
He has in store for us. And we must make them real through our works, in our daily choices, in service to our communities, and yes, in our democracy. Church, I do believe the prophet Jeremiah understood this responsibility when we think about the story.
Yeah, exactly, Ray. She didn't give a verse in a chapter. She just said the prophet Jeremiah said this. She did not give a verse in chapter. Where was the verse in chapter, Kamala? Does Kamala know the verse and chapter? I have great reason to believe that she does not know the verse and chapter of that particular thing, particular prophet when he spoke that. What's the chapter and verse, Kamala?
As a young prophet, he watched as leaders abandoned the people. He saw them enrich themselves while the poor suffered. He witnessed them.
Did you hear that black man in the back? Come on now. Come on now. Stop acting like Kamala Harris is cooking. She is not cooking. Oh my God! She is not cooking. This black man in the back. Come on now. Come on now, what? Come on now, what? Yeah, acting like she's cooking right now. She ain't talking about nothing.
Make hallowed promises while justice was being denied. That's why he spoke hard truths. He challenged those in power and confronted injustice.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Kamala Harris has ever read the Bible. I don't believe Kamala Harris has ever read the Bible. Do I think that she's been to Sunday school and probably heard some Bible stories? Possibly. But you have to factor in who raised Kamala. Kamala was raised by an Indian woman. Now, I don't know what her mother's faith is, but I mean, if her mother was raised by an Indian woman, the Indian culture, they have their own religion. They pray to Gishna and Hinduism and things of that nature. I mean, are we really going to believe that a multiculturalist woman that was raised by an Indian mother, she knows Bible verses and Bible stories like that? I think she's probably been to a couple of Sunday school classes, but do I think that Kamala Harris knows the Bible? No. So why are you sitting up in front of these black women acting like you're saved and sanctified, and you're pleading the blood? I plead the fifth. I plead the blood. I plead the blood. And I said, when Jeremiah, she said Jeremiah 29. I didn't hear her say Jeremiah 29. I heard her say, and it comes from Jeremiah. She said Jeremiah 29. I didn't hear her say Jeremiah 29. I did not hear that. Did anybody hear her say Jeremiah 29? Duncan says she said Jeremiah 29. Are you telling me that's what she said, Jeremiah, or are you saying that that's where it comes from? I didn't hear her say Jeremiah 29. And even if she said Jeremiah 29, Duncan, what's the verse? You got the chapter. What's the verse? We want to fact check these things. We want to fact check it. What's the verse, Duncan? What's the verse? It's Jeremiah 29, but what's the verse? Do you have the verse?
Jeremiah knew something.
He said he looked it up. Okay, so exactly. She didn't give the verse. She probably just said Jeremiah.
Something profound. The Lord's plan.
Okay, yeah, she said. Duncan said she didn't say. Yeah, okay, yeah. Because I didn't hear it either. That's right. I didn't hear it either.
Plans for the people are made real through the people, not through empty words, but through faithful action. Now, I grew up in a church that took that lesson to heart.
That's cap.
Oh my God!
What church did she grow up in? I want to know what church she grew up in. I would like to know that. What church did she grow up in? Does anybody know what church Kamala Harris grew up in? What church did she grow up in?
As a little girl on Sundays, my sister Maya and I would go to 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California.
Wait, let me look that up. I looked that up. Hold on, Kamala. Let me look that up.
Sundays, now I grew up and I would go to 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California.
23rd Avenue. Hold on. I gotta look this up.
Little girl on Sundays, my sister Maya and I would go to 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California.
23rd Avenue. Hold on. 23rd Avenue. 23rd Avenue. Avenue. right? Church of God. Church of God. He said in Oakland,
California,
Hold
where
on,
we
hold on.
attend, and I would go to 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California,
Okay.
where we
Church of God in Oakland, California. Okay. 23rd Avenue Church of God, Oakland. Let's look this up. Okay. All right. Okay. It is a church in Oakland, 23rd Avenue Church of God. Okay. I'm just fact checking. We're just fact checking, you know. Cathedral, okay. I would like to know what's the denomination here? What's the denomination? What denomination is the 23rd Church of I want to know what the denomination is. What is it? It's a Baptist church, right? Got to be Baptist, yeah. Oh, Protestant. Okay, it's a Protestant church. Okay. Protestant church. All right. This one is just doing some fact checking. Just want to know.
we attended Sunday school and sang in the children's choir. Not nearly.
Not nearly.
Brenda Lawrence and I were saying, the way you sing it, in my mind, that's the way I sing, but not actually. But it was growing up and in church that I first learned, of course, the plans that God has for us and the teachings of the Bible. My earliest memories of those teachings,
Duncan said it's 29 and 11.
are about a loving God, a faithful God, a God who asks us to speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves and defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Growing up in the church, I learned that faith is a verb. We show it in our acts.
I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. Kamala, I don't believe nothing yet. There's nothing that comes out of Kamala Harris that I believe. I don't believe nothing she says. I think she's an habitual liar. I think she lies about everything. She's willing to say whatever for a vote. Just my opinion. I think she's willing to say whatever to get the vote. Whatever she has to say to get a vote, I think she's willing to say it. That's my opinion.
I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though,
Trump right now is in the lead. I heard Trump had like 23 electoral votes. Let me see. Let's who has presidential, because they're not really, hold on. Last I checked, Trump had like Trump had 23 electoral votes. Yeah, Trump had 23 electoral votes. Yeah. The last time I checked, that's who had more. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
we may
Watch
be
this.
Democrats, we may be black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the #1 issue, followed by, threat to democracy, the border, immigration.
Yeah, go ahead and post the verse. Go ahead,
But,
man. I don't mind.
Tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I was with Harris in Atlanta, or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 Chainz. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited, but the election is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also ask you, because it seemed like, and this was evident
Okay,
yesterday,
y'all ready? Y'all ready?
From Georgia to Pennsylvania,
Y'all ready? Y'all ready to know who's in the lead? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? I'm about to give y'all the spill. Who's in the lead right now? I'm about to give y'all the spill. Hold on. Donald Trump has 105 electoral votes right now. Donald Trump has 105 electoral votes right now. Kamala Harris has 30 electoral votes, ladies and gentlemen. Now keep in mind, y'all, it's early. It's early. So don't kick in the back of Kamala too early. It's very early. It's very early. She has 33. She has about 30 electoral votes right now. Trump has 105. You have to get to 270. So we have a long ways to go. We have a long ways to go. It's still early. A lot of the voting centers are still open. Yes, it is right. I'll post it. Hold on. Let me post it for you. Hold on. I'm gonna post it for you. I'm gonna put it on the page. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you a lot in real time. Give me 1 second, y'all. Cause I just went to the site to see it. Electoral. Let me see. Cause I have it on my thing. Hold on. Oh, NBC News. Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm put it on the page for y'all. It is right. I'll put it up. This is by way of NBC News. Give me 1 second. Put it up for you. It's by way of NBC News. Here we go. Here you go. Hold on. Donald Trump, 105 electoral. Let me put that back up. Hold on. Let me 1 second, y'all, because NBC they be having so many ads on a lot of these channels. On these pages. Yeah, look. Donald Trump, 105 electoral votes. I don't know what's with all these ads, man. What the hell? Get these ads off the page, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, man. Look right here. Kamala Harris, 30 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 105. Put that back up. Hold on. Just want to make it short. Just want to show y'all because I don't want y'all to say I'm capping. I don't want y'all to say I'm lying. I'm full of it. Oh, you lying. You capping. That's not what it was. And look, this is the Electoral College. Trump, 105 electoral votes. Look, President, 270 to win. Kamala Harris has 30 electoral votes. Fire! 30 electoral votes. 30 electoral votes. This is NBC News. Now keep in mind, y'all, it's early. So don't look at these numbers and get all butthurt about anything. Don't get it's still early. It's only 8 p.m. A lot of centers are just closing now. If you're on the East Coast, it's 8 o'clock where we're at. But on the West Coast, it's a couple of hours earlier. But as of right now, Donald Trump has an 105 lead in terms of the Electoral College. But like I said, if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, don't get butthurt yet. It's still early. A lot of votes have not been counted. A lot of states have not been a lot of states have not called it yet. Hold on, let me go down for a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. I did see a map. Okay, yeah, this is these are the states that have been called already. These are a couple of states that have been called. A lot of states have been called already. Yeah. Yeah, man. But right now it's looking like 105 to 30. Kamala Harris is down. Kamala Harris is down. Kamala Harris is down right now. Now, like I said, it's early. It's early. So don't look at this and say, oh, well, it's over. It's not over yet. The battle is to get to 270. You have to get to 270. Trump may lose a couple of key places, most of these places that Trump won, I mean, he was already going to win a lot of these places. Like, he was already going to win Alabama, I see here. I see Indiana here. I see Missouri. I see, what else we got here? Arkansas. Oh, I mean, most of these places he was going to win regardless. Yeah, we got West Virginia. I mean, most of these places he was going to win regardless. So, I mean, none of these places are places that we didn't think he was going to win. It's more so the swing states. We're still looking at Pennsylvania. We're still, I think he's going to lose Georgia. I don't think he's going to win Georgia. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that's up for grab for Kamala. So she's down right now, but she could still turn this thing around. We're gonna have to see how it pans out.
Harris
Just want to let y'all know.
Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops.
Let y'all know. Let's get back into it though.
In politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond. Because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah. And then in issues that really count.
I don't know what this old white man talking about. I'm gonna come clean, y'all. I don't know what this old white man talk about. But Kamala Harris is down. Kamala Harris supporters, I want to hear from you tonight. What do you think about Kamala? Now, remember, like I said, it's early. If you're a Kamala Harris supporter, I don't think you have nothing to be, mad about, because it's very early. But how do you guys feel about her being down right now? She's down right now. How do y'all feel about her being down? She's down right now. Duncan says one station will be open till 8:23 because of early problems. Yeah, I think Georgia is going to be open late because of the whole bomb threat thing. So a lot of people that wanted to vote earlier couldn't vote. So now they're gonna probably push that back. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple spots that's gonna be called late. I think Pennsylvania will be called late. A couple places are going to be called late.
Like healthcare, education, agriculture, you get more done than the senators out there you got to wheel out of there after 3 decades. Do you think I believe in term limits? Yes, I do. Everybody campaigns on it, and then they have amnesia once they get there. And let's throw in a balanced budget amendment to boot. As hard as it was to get there, it begs the question, why would you give it up? Wasn't going to do it more than 2 terms anyway. And when I saw the fork in the road to burn another 6 years there, when the numbers, the fact that they're borrowing now $1 trillion every 6 months, and it was annually just 6 years ago,
the interest on the debts as much as what we spend on defense. We need to shock that place into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along.
Somebody said this election is better than the Super Bowl. It is. I agree. This is better than the Super Bowl. A lot of times the Super Bowl be kind of like, it'd be boring. Sometimes the Super Bowls be boring. There's a lot at risk today. When a Super Bowl happens, it's really just two towns. It's really just two cities and two towns, going at it. This is the whole world is watching this. The whole nation is watching this. Your groceries at risk. Your health care is at risk. Your children's future is at risk. There's a lot at risk today. So I agree. This is better than the Super Bowl. I agree.
With a legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris-Walz watch party. That's live. Also at the Trump-Vance watch party. That's live there in West Palm Beach, Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races as well. We are getting a race call in a pretty big one. The Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall, joining me in the Live Now newsroom to break it down here. What's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8
Sean.
points.
1 second, Sean.
North Carolina. That's a fascinating one. I want to keep
Stop
it moving
the
here
still.
because,
Stop the still.
on this map too, Andrew. Again, North Carolina. We kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire. That's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the vote.
Stop the still. Stop the still.
Votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over.
We have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports
1 second, Sean.
about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though,
Stop the still.
Florida,
Stop the still.
the issues of abortion and marijuana were put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes counted, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is fascinating, Andrew. Every time a statewide measure relating
Stop the steal.
Abortion has been put to the states, every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble there. We will say that we're not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again,
Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 has failed. Let me pull up this amendment on my phone. Y'all give me a second.
The first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about.
Florida, no recreational weed for you. No recreational weed for Florida. They 86'd it.
Before the election. Here's also some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy.
Florida, no abortion for you. You lost your constitutional right to have an abortion. Now you gotta take the responsibility. Take the accountability. Respectfully, and I'm talking to consenting adults. We're talking specifically to consenting adults, you know, that are trying to have that procedure done. We're talking to those people.
The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those...
Salute to Duncan with the $5 donation. Salute to Duncan with the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Salute to you, sir. Yeah, they stopped it. They stopped the Amendment 3. Just to let y'all know, Florida, the Amendment 3 was the right to have recreational weed, to smoke recreational weed. That was the amendment in Florida. They struck that down. And Amendment 4 was to have a constitutional right to have abortion. I don't live in Florida, so I didn't know anything about these things going on. But Amendment 3 was the right to use recreational weed, and Amendment 4 was about abortion rights. They have voting on it. They have voted on it, and they have denied both. Both amendments have been struck down.
expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out on social about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign.
We don't care about the politics going on in the East Coast. We don't care about that. We just want to know about the presidential race and, you know, a couple of these other key places. We don't care about what's going on in the country's armpit, better known as New Jersey. New Jersey is America's armpit. We don't care what's going on over there. We don't really care.
Look what we've accomplished.
Rick Slick is in the building. What's up to Rick Slick? What's up to Rick Slick? I think Rick Slick is Rick Slick is I'm not even gonna insinuate what I think he's trying to say. He's going in. I think he's going in on this candidate's ethnicity. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there.
Most standards of what is possible this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for...
Do we have anybody from Florida in here? Anybody from Florida? Anybody from the Florida area? How do y'all feel about Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 being struck down? How do y'all feel about that? Anybody from Florida in here? Anybody from Florida? Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 being struck down? How do y'all feel about that?
That I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this...
All right, man. Come on, bro. Can we get to something else, man? I mean, all right, like, yeah, some of these candidates we don't really care about. No disrespect, you know. You won, you know, whatever you was running for. Good for you, but you know, let's get to the real battle here. The real battle is Trump and Harris. You know, some of these other, hold on. Some of these other candidates, like, we don't really give a squirrel fart about you. I mean, honestly, we really don't. We don't. Let's get into a video. Let's get into Kamala Harris and Uncle Luke. So we're just gonna play some videos, and we're gonna have a little fun tonight, man. We're gonna play different videos and different things, and you know, just look up other. Uncle Luke sat down with her years ago Why not pull that up? Why not pull that up and take a look at that? This is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Let's pull up Uncle Luke and Kamala Harris talking, having a dialogue. Why not take a look at this? I don't see a reason why not to. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? Give me 1 sec. I just want to have it fit the screen right. Yeah, we're kicking in the backs of the political left. We're taking a look at just some old footages, old things, and stuff of that nature. Just talking about some things, looking back on some things. Putting some things in perspective. How many of y'all remember this clip right here? Her talking to Uncle Luke. Now, don't y'all think it's weird that she sat down and talked to Uncle Luke? This was the same man that was, being a misogynist, disrespecting women in his videos. Here you are, the first. You're a woman running for president, and you sat down with a known misogynist. This is what I talk about when I talk about how the Democrats are tone deaf. They're tone deaf. She sat down with a known misogynist as a woman running for president. Like, you're supposed to be the pure representation of feminism, Kamala. You're running for president, but you sat down with a known misogynist. Let's get back into it. Let's get into it. Why not? Let's get into it.
If you're not in the game,
Yeah.
and you're just sitting on the sideline, you really don't understand the difference, the nuances, and the struggles of trying to do the right thing for our people. When I wrote the article about you, and I
do the right thing for our people. Uncle Luke, you had black women shaking their asses, spread eagle in your videos. What are you talking about? You were doing the right thing for your people. You were a misogynist, a creep, a cretin. You were doing the right thing by exploiting black women in your videos, Uncle Luke?
just outline everything that every black man in the barbershop, black woman would talk about in the conversations, because I always go back to it, because basically everything that everybody was saying about.
Did you vote? Let me know if you voted today. Let me know if you voted. Let me know if you took your stank ass to the voting poll. Let me know.
Black men, does she like black men? She's putting black people in jail. You know, the common things that was actually said.
Does she like black men? You saw how she waved her head no, right? Let's show that again. Do you like black men? You see how she waved her head no?
Everything that everybody was saying about you, whether she's black enough, does she like black men? She's putting.
You saw how she waved her head no. Look, did you see that? Did you see that?
Jail.
Let's run that back.
Does she like black men?
Look at how when they asked her if she's black enough, she said yes. She waved her head yes. Then he asked her, does she like black men? Look how she waved her head no. I'm big on body language. Look at her body language. Look at her body language. Look at the body language.
She's black enough.
Is she black? Is she black enough? Look how she waves her head yes.
Does she like black men?
When he said, does she like black men? Look how she waved her head no.
Putting black people in jail.
Body language. Body language. Let's continue.
You know, the common things that was actually said, but at the same time, I write that, and I didn't have a conversation with you. When we had the conversation and we talked about it, we talked about the different things. It was almost, and after the conversation, I felt like I was actually certifying you, because we were talking about fried chicken and talking about all these different things. And then
fried chicken.
We talked about the gun and the FICA score and these different. So it was
That's
like,
right.
okay.
That's right.
Kamala Harris, are you gonna him to death? How many times you hit him with the
Like, I like this lady. You know what I'm saying? She's about everything that we're about, the struggles and the things that we have to deal with on a daily basis as activists in our community. And so how did I come to that place? And then that's when I ended up writing the other article saying, okay, this is this.
Right.
You know, because, you know, again, we get to the point where we prejudge a person. So then now, I'm out.
Uncle Luke, you're just going on and on and on. Get to the damn point.
The fight of the same thing I basically wrote.
I can't with this nigga. I can't get. It's taking too damn long, Uncle Luke. You're taking too long to answer this woman to whatever you're trying to ask her. You're taking too long to get to it, bro. I ain't got all day, bro. We got an election to get through. I thought you would at least got to the question by now, but it's taking too damn long, bro. It's taking too damn long. Let me see what we got going on here. Let's get back into the election. Get back into the election. Yeah, man, it's going down tonight, man. How y'all guys feeling, man? How y'all guys feeling? Duncan says, hope there is a good turnout out the polls. I've been hearing that there's been good turnout. Who's this white woman? Who's this?
So, other things that I hope we can work on this next Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions.
This is somebody else. I think they were running for Senate, I believe. I don't know who this woman is, but I will play it, though. Give me a second.
Collectively bargain for wages and benefits. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism.
I thought this was Hillary Clinton's niece or something like that when I first seen her. Somebody said, Duncan says she looks uncomfortable. I thought this was Hillary Clinton's niece when she got on the screen.
Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Now, this coordinated campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races, but also we just brought you the news. Harris getting all 28 of New York State's electoral college tally there, electoral votes rather.
I mean that was to be expected. I mean Kamala Harris, she was going to win New York. We knew that.
And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump
that was also to be that was also to be expected.
Electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump. kind of knew that. New York going for Harris, definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio Senate race, aren't they?
Yeah. Are you guys ready for the Electoral College tally right now? This is the Electoral College tally right now. We have Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes, and we have Kamala Harris with 34 electoral votes. So we have 168 for Trump, 34 for Kamala Harris. So that's where we at right now. Just letting y'all know. And remember, it's still early. It's very early. A lot of states have not been called yet. They're still tallying a lot of things. Some of the polls are closed at this point. Some of the polls are still open at this point. But we're definitely winding down, though.
All eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned them, no, New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin, she's at 99, Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here. What are the stakes of the Ohio Senate race? So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, it definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's the one thing feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So,
Enrique, what's up to Enrique? I see Enrique's in the building. What's up? Enrique, what's good, bro? What's good, bro? Yeah, I'm not surprised neither, man. Trump is up right now. He has the lead, but remember, it's early. It's very early. A lot of states have not been called yet. So, I don't think any Trump supporters in here, don't celebrate too fast because it's very early. It's very early. A lot of states have not been called yet.
If Sherrod Brown's able to hold on, then that probably hurts the control there. But this is really interesting this cycle, the split ticket voting. We talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom LoBianco with 24 Sight is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results. Though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents.
Who did you vote for, Enrique? Keep it real. Who did you vote for, Enrique? I want to know. Keep it a buck. Who'd you vote for? Are you willing to tell us who you voted for, Enrique? Are you willing to tell us? We want to know who you voted for. Who did you vote for? Did you vote for the pantsuit Messiah or did you vote for Dennis the Menace? Who did you vote for?
But as North Carolinians, and I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren.
Enrique said, I voted Trump. Hold up. You voted for Trump? I thought you was a Kamala Harris guy all this time. I would imagine you voted for Trump. Yeah. Yo, what state are you in, Enrique? What state are you in? What state are you in? Because I want to know what state did your vote contribute to? Yeah, what state are you in? Let me see.
Your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart...
Oh, Arizona. Okay, Arizona. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, Arizona. I think Arizona's going to be red tonight. I mean, I could see that happening, so that makes sense.
And smart aleck young people on my campaign... Thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for...
Did they call Arizona yet? Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they called no, that's Arkansas. Arizona, yeah. What did they call it already? Oh nah, yeah, they didn't call it yet. They didn't call Arizona yet. Yeah, but majority it's gonna be red. I could see Arizona going red today.
Along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves.
Enrique says, I don't know, it's looking more and more like California. Really? In Arizona? Enrique, do you know that they're trying to stop the zesty black vote in Georgia? They're trying to stop the zesty black vote. If you're like a Saucy Santana or Little Nas X in Georgia, they're doing everything to stop them. They're calling in bomb threats. Did you hear about that? They're trying to stop the zesty black vote. Yeah, they're calling in bomb threats and all of that. They're trying to stop them zesty niggas from Atlanta. They're trying to stop them from voting. I don't know what the hell going on out there. Yeah, but nah, yeah, California. California. They going blue. It's crazy. Yeah, man. I saw that. I was like, that's crazy, bro. They trying to stop that zesty black vote.
Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful.
Hey, Enrique, are people from California moving to Arizona? Because I met a couple of girls from New York, and they told me that they wanted to move to Arizona. They was talking about it's cheaper, the cost of living is cheaper, you get a nice little spot out in Arizona. Are you experiencing that where you got like a lot of out-of-towners moving out there to Arizona? Because a couple of girls from New York told me that they wanted to move to Arizona. And I would imagine, just how expensive California is. California is very expensive, so I would imagine people from California are also moving there as well. So, are you like experiencing a lot of out of towners moving out there to Arizona?
For your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna.
Say, yes, everyone's moving out here. People from California, Illinois, Arkansas, really. Wow. Yeah, man. I met, there's a couple of girls from New York that they was telling me that they wanted to move to Arizona. I'm like, Arizona? You want to go to Arizona? Like, and they was telling me like, oh, it's cheap out there, the cost of living. So I mean, yeah, I guess people are moving to Arizona. You know? For New York people, it's like I live in New York. People from New York, like they moved to like North Carolina, Virginia. Not so much Atlanta anymore because Atlanta has become expensive. So not so much Atlanta anymore, but definitely North Carolina, Virginia. But even Virginia is getting kind of expensive now. It's really North Carolina, really. Tracy says people really need to grow up. I have never seen so many clowns. Trump all the way.
And are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina.
Tracy, did you vote for Trump today? Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote? Did you stand online for Trump?
To be of this place.
Did you throw your MAGA hat on? Did you throw your Trump golden shoes on?
Can be repaired by all that is right.
Did you go up to the voting center with your Trump Bible? And did you do your civil duties?
And the Wright brothers took.
I need to know.
It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North.
Enrique says, "Yeah, man, isn't New York expensive as California?" Absolutely. I'm trying to get out of here my damn self. Yeah, New York is insanely expensive. I think New York and California are probably the two most expensive places to live. Yeah, it's insanely. And the crazy thing is, New York shouldn't be so expensive because it's really just, especially like if you're like living in the city, like New York City and stuff like that, you're just living on top of one another. That's really what it is. Like people be so amped about New York City. Like I hate New York City. I'll be honest with you. I'm from Long Island. Like I probably live like 5 to 10 minutes away from Queens. 5 to 10 minutes. I could literally walk to Queens if I wanted to. But like it's like Long Island. So it's like a whole different, culture in Long Island than it is like, the city. But I hate New York City, bro. I hate it's just overly expensive. Like when people come out here to do like tourism, I'm just like, like New York is really not, it's not really like a live place anymore, in my opinion. New York back in the day was a fun place to be. New York in the 2020s, this ain't the place to be anymore. Like, don't get me wrong. New York City in the summer can be fun. New York City in the summer can be fun. But, every other time of the year when it's cold, fall, this ain't the place to be, bro. It's not fun out here. Overly cold. The women are aggressive, and not the good aggressive, because there's different types of aggressive. There's feminine aggressive, and there's masculine aggressive. Women in New York are masculine aggressive. See, when you go to different countries, you experience women that are feminine aggressive. Like they'll come up to you aggressive, but it's femininely. They're coming up to you femininely. They're coming up to you as a woman. They're coming up to you with that same, vivaciousness coming up to you with that femininity. Women in New York, they're just overly masculine and aggressive. Screw facing, mean mugging, terrible attitude. Like New York is not the place to be, bro. It's not the place to be. Like, after you toured a couple places, you went to the Statue of Liberty, you went here, you went there, you went to this spot, you had a slice of pizza. After you done did all of that, I mean, New York, it really ain't the place to be anymore. It's trash out here. Absolutely ratchet women. New York got some of the most ratchet women on the planet. That's a whole fact. Enrique said, "I moved from LA to Phoenix 13 years ago." Oh, so you're really a LA native, really? Okay, so you're really an LA native. What made you want to leave LA? Was it just because it was expensive out there? Say, I like AZ except for the damn heat. Yeah, I do hear that. I keep hearing that it's extremely hot in AZ. It's like extremely hot. I keep hearing that. Like AZ is extremely hot.
I want to bring to the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom, and 24 Sites, Tom LoBianco. We all
The cost of living out of control. Really. How are the women in California? How are the women in California? Like I could give you a guide to women in New York. Women in New York. Like this is my guide to women in New York. Overly masculine, overly aggressive, terrible attitudes. Femininity is not a thing in New York. The women in New York are not really they're not. I'm talking about in terms of their attitudes. You're going to find a lot of beautiful women in New York, but they're not feminine. They're not. I'm talking about the way they talk, the way that they move, the way that they deal with relationships. They're not feminine. They're not feminine. The women in New York are not feminine. I'm talking about they look good. There's beautiful women in New York. Bad chicks, bad Dominican chicks, bad Puerto Rican chicks, bad black chicks, bad mixed chicks. Beautiful women in New York, but they are not feminine in their ways. The way they move, the way they talk, they're not feminine. So a lot of y'all might see them. Like a lot of y'all niggas that come out here, y'all tourists, you may come out here, you might see a cute girl from New York. When you start chilling with her and vibing on her, you're going to realize, like, yo, this is kind of not what I want. Like, this girl is, like, mad masculine and, like, she's not feminine in any type of way. Like, like she looks good, but it's like she's not feminine whatsoever. Like, Enrique says, white women in California mostly liberal, but the Mexican women are mostly friendly and feminine. Okay, that's what's up. I love Mexican women. I'm not really into white women, so I don't really know. I rock with Mexican women, but I don't know nothing about white women. Yeah, that's the same. You just like me, Enrique. I didn't have nothing. I don't like white women in New York. I mean, they're pretty much the same. They're liberal. They're liberal. A lot of soccer momish. I don't really rock with a lot of white women in New York. You know, I don't really. I'm really with, like, you know, Puerto Rican chicks, Dominican chicks, black women. I don't really frequent around a lot of white women, but yeah, they're mostly liberal as well. Yeah, man. But yeah, man. I've never been to Cali. I might have to go out there. I've never been to Cali. I think I may have to make a trip out to Cali for a couple of days. I've never been out there. Got to make sure I bring the right hats. Make sure I don't bring the wrong hat and nothing like that. But yeah, I got to go out to Cali.
All right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan, we're still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall. But down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good.
Enrique says, I like white girls, but they got to be organic food eating type. Oh, you like the holistic white girls? Come on, Enrique. You chasing the snow bunnies? You chasing the snow bunnies, man? Yeah, I'm not really into white girls like that. You know, white girls never really been into me, so I've never been into white girls. The only type of girls that been into me are black girls and Hispanic women. So I've never been into white girls. White girls don't gravitate towards me, so I don't gravitate towards them. So I don't know what it is. So yeah, I'm not looking for white women like that. Don't get me wrong, there are some beautiful white women, but they never really gravitate to me. It's only black women and Hispanic women. So those are the women that I like.
Trump right now.
That's a
All
fact.
right, we do have live pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris Walls election night watch party as well there.
Let me look at this Electoral College.
In Washington.
Take a look at this.
Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown.
See, this is why I was saying, don't Trump fans, don't celebrate too quick. Right now, the Electoral College, Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes, and Trump has 168 electoral votes. Remember, it's a race to 270. So, I mean, let me see something. North and South Dakota was called. I think Wyoming. Yeah, Wyoming is called. They were all three are red. Yeah, man, it's still too early. Still too early. Yeah, Kamala has 81 electoral votes, so it's very early. A lot of states have not been called yet.
And his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno, and we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. This is where it stands between Moreno and Brown. What can we glean from this?
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you can come out to the map here, I want to show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see an odd color, that's yellow. That's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their.
Enrique says if you go to CA, you'll clean up with the Mexican women. Man, I want me a Mexican girl. I like Mexican women, man. I was in Cancun. I mean, it's mostly like tourists there, but there was a couple of Mexican girls there, and they was bad, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I like Mexican women. Yeah, I like Mexican women are bad, man. I ain't gonna lie. I wish I would have went somewhere else in Mexico because Cancun is like it's a tourist place. It's not really like, you're not gonna meet you're gonna meet Mexican women there, but you're more so gonna see tourists because that's what I saw mostly was tourists. I gotta go to like another place in Mexico, not Cancun. It gotta be like another city in Mexico. Yeah, what's another city in Mexico that's a good tourist spot, Enrique, to go out and check out? Because I ain't gonna lie, I do want to go back to Mexico. It can't be Cancun because there was too many tourists. I met a girl from Bolivia out there. She was bad. This girl from Bolivia, she was bad, man. This girl from Bolivia, she was bad. But yeah, man, it's some beautiful women in Mexico, man. I had a good time out there.
Both of those cases, Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races before the election, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that state is leaning red. So Montana, that's going to be an interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war that was back in 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was in the midterm after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I was talking with one of my longtime Republican sources about.
Oh, somebody said San Juan? San Juan, is that the place to go? San Juan? Enrique says a lot of places. I like Mazatlan. The women in Guadalajara look like white girls. See, that's the thing. I'm not looking for Mexican girls that look like white girls. I'm not into white women, man. I'm into, I like Hispanic women. I'm not looking for women that look like white girls. You said the girls in that area look like white girls. A lot of places I like Mazatian. Okay, I'm gonna look into some of these places. Yeah, because I want to go back to Mexico. I want to go back. Man, I want to go back. Kind of like it, man. That was my first time out there. I would definitely want to go back.
We're going to know a lot after we see all the tallies, but the Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working class voters. Okay. And, big questions on what happens with the presidential. But Sherrod Brown always was one of the, more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing. Okay. That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This was an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin, let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom, had thought this could be a pickup, that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55-43 with a little over half of.
I met this girl from Bolivia out in Cancun, man. I can't stop thinking about this girl, man. I had to look up the flight, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. It's kind of pricey to get out to Bolivia, but I ain't gonna lie. I met this girl out in Cancun, man, from Bolivia. This bitch is bad. I ain't gonna lie. Got me looking up some flights. I ain't gonna hold you. That might be my next spot. It might be either Bolivia or I do want to go back to Mexico, but yeah, Bolivia. Maybe Mexico or I may go back to Colombia though. But I'm also thinking about Thailand too. I might go to Thailand in February. I'm still trying to debate where I want to go next. Enrique says, yeah, Bolivian and Colombia women are fine as F. Yeah, they are, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. When I went to Colombia, I didn't want to come back. When I went to Colombia. I did not want to come back to the United States, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not want to come back. I was having too much fun in Colombia, man. But Bolivia, I never been to Bolivia. I gotta check that out, man. Bolivia, I gotta check that out. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against.
I ain't gonna lie, Enrique. We might have to do like a tourist show, Look up some like tourist channels and check out like the women in like these different countries. We might have to do that in the future, bro. We do like a tourist show. Like you do a show where we just look up, women in certain countries and stuff like that. We have to look at somebody's channel that's been there, stuff like that. I was thinking about doing a tourist channel where I just like go to certain countries and just like tour and stuff like that. I might have to do that. I'm thinking about doing that now.
Ben Cardin, all right? And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide.
Have you been out there, Enrique, to Colombia? You been out there? Because I only been out there once. I didn't get to stay that long. That's my only thing. I was only out there for like 3 days. That's my biggest regret, only being out there for 3 days. Yeah, I was in Medellin. Yeah, you ever been out there though?
Politician in Maryland. Okay, he ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland and did a lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in traditionally blue Maryland. maybe you just can't win statewide, or at least in these Senate races.
Yeah.
So, Tom, talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where the candidates have had to move more to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well, you know,
I mean,
we
did
used
Larry
to say
Hogan
4
try to do
years
that?
ago,
Tom,
or
did
50
Larry
years
Hogan
ago,
try
all
to do
politics
that
is
and it didn't
local.
work?
I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth, and you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. We want to stay, though, on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas right now.
Oh, you've been there twice. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah, Medellin is popping, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, Medellin is popping. You've been there twice. Dang, man. I gotta step my game up, bro. I only been out there one time. I definitely gotta go back.
We just got this live picture up there. This is in Texas at the Colin Allred election night watch party here. Let's put up that race right now. This is quite a sizable lead Cruz has over Allred at the moment. 64% of estimated votes counted. Democrats were somewhat bullish here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. Were Republicans worried about how Ted Cruz would do? The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the vote spread here.
Well, you know, my Republican sources were never really worried about the Cruz race.
Somebody said, "Can you get work out in Colombia?" I mean, I think if you have skills, like if you have skills that can translate over to that country, I would think so. Yeah, I think you could get work out there, definitely. Of course, you're gonna have to know some Spanish. You're gonna have to know Spanish for one, and for two, you're gonna have to have skills that can translate over to that country. I don't know what job field you're in, but I'm sure maybe there's certain job fields that could translate over to that country. But of course, you're gonna have to have the skills that's gonna translate over to that country, and you're gonna have to know some Spanish, But yeah, I think you can get work out there in Colombia. But it depends on what you're doing, though. It depends on what you're doing out there. Like, if you think you're gonna work at a fast food restaurant in Colombia and you're gonna be balling, and you're gonna be sadly mistaken. But if you're a man that has particular skills that can go over there and translate, make some decent money, I'm guessing you could probably find work over there and have a decent living.
I think you heard more from Democratic sources that they might be able to ride a wave of support from women in this election, and maybe potentially get Allred.
Hey, Duncan, you're from the UK, right? Now, Duncan, get this, Duncan. I'm in Cancun last week, right? I'm in Cancun, Duncan, and I'm macking up on this Bolivian chick, right? I'm pretty much this Bolivian chick in Cancun. She's all over me in the club, right? Now, this is what I want to know, right? Because there was a white dude. There was a white dude. Let me hold on before I tell. Let me just tell this story because this story is important. I like to tell stories too. So, Duncan, this is for you because I want to know something, right? Because I want to know if UK got their pimp hand strong, man. So I'm in the club. I went by myself. I met this Bolivian chick. I'm macking up on her all night, right? So pretty much we damn near look like a couple because I'm on her. Like she's on my body, I'm on her body, right? So boom. This white dude, right? This white dude from the UK, right? He's in the club too, but he got his chick up in there. He got this Asian girl. I think they both from the UK. He got this Asian girl from the UK, and he's from the UK, right? Now, that's what I want to know. The men in UK, are y'all keeping y'all pimp hand strong? Because this nigga, keep in mind, this white man from the UK, he don't know me from a hole in the wall. This white man don't know me. He walk up to me and his girl is drunk, right? His girl is drunk and now keep in mind, I got a girl on my arm, so maybe that's why he thought like, oh, he cool. He got a girl on his arm. He's not worried about my girl. Like he's not worried about my girl or trying to steal my girl, trying to mac up on my girl, so he's looking at me like, oh, he's probably here with his girl, right? So he gonna tap me on the shoulder and say, hey man, I gotta go to the bathroom. Can you watch my girl? I'm just like, watch your girl? Like, what? Why am I watching your girl? Like he's from the UK, right? So I'm looking like me and the girl from Bolivia, we just talking in each other's ear, but I'm still looking at his girl. His girl is like going up on other dudes and like trying to twerk on them, and I'm like grabbing her like, whoa, chill, because your man is coming. Like she's like standing in front of me, so I'm kind of like watching her and watching the Bolivian chick. So like I'm just like, yo, your man is coming back. You gotta chill. So then the man come back and then he was like, yo, man, everything good? Was she doing anything crazy? I was like, yo, she walked up on some dude and like tried to dance with him or whatever, but it was nothing crazy. This dude was ready to beat this bitch ass in the club. He was like, yo, bro. He had this, he had like the UK accent. Yo, bro. Yo, I've been dating this chick for like 4 months, and yo, you telling me she dancing on men, and yo, bro, tea and crumpets, plum pudding, this is madness, bro. And I'm just like, dog, first of all, your girl is drunk, for one. For two, you're in Cancun. For three, how you gonna just tap a random dude on the shoulder? Okay, I'll give you a little bit of slack. You saw me with a girl on my arm, but how you gonna tap a random dude in the club and ask him to watch your girl? Just like, yo, what's going on with UK dudes, bro? Yeah, y'all not keeping your pimp hand strong, man. What's going on with y'all out there? I was confused, bro. You don't never tap no nigga on no shoulder talking about, can you watch my girl? You tell your girl to take a damn seat. Be quiet, shut up, don't talk to nobody, and be happy that you know me. Yeah, man. Don't tap no nigga on the shoulder talking about, can you watch my girl? Watch your girl for what? Hey, yo, I was confused. Duncan says he sounds strange. Yeah, it was weird, bro. It was weird. And then he comes back and he's like mad at the girl. He's like trying to have this long conversation. Keep in mind, I'm on vacation, bro. Like, I don't care about y'all relationship like that, or if your girl is a bird or nothing like that. Like, I'm trying to get up on this Bolivian chick in the club that's feeling me, bro. Like, you over here arguing with me over this chick. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, it was weird. But yeah, he was from the UK. Because when you told me you was from the UK, I had to ask you that. Because I was just like, yo, what's going on with dudes from the UK, man? Like, yeah, man. I was just like, that was a weird night. It was a good night because that little moment didn't last that long. You know, later on in the night, I wound up, linking up with the Bolivian chick. You know what I mean? We handle our business, but that whole little moment was weird in that night. I was like, yo, that was like kind of like a weird interaction. Like, yeah, man, that was weird, bro. That was weird. Talking about watch my girl. Watch your girl for what? Eric V says, get your singing voices ready, Democrats. Hit that high note. Nah. Really? Do you think the Democrats are gonna win tonight? Let me know. Let me look at the electoral votes real quick. Let me take a look at that. Because she's still down. But it is early. Let me see. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Eric V. I got some interesting news that you might want to hear, Eric V. Eric V. I have some interesting news. Trump has 201 electoral votes. He only needs 69 to win. He only needs 69 votes to win. Eric V. He only has 69 votes to win, 69 electoral votes. He can win this thing. He already has 200. Now, like I said, it's early. It's very early. It's very early. But he has 200 right now. He only needs 270 to win. So, I mean, listen, man. He only needs 270. He's at 200 right now. Kamala's at 81. Kamala's at 81 right now. Now, don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of states to be called. You got, Nevada hasn't been called. Cali hasn't been called. Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. What else? Michigan, PA. A lot of states haven't been called yet. Georgia. A lot of states haven't been called. But as of right now, what I'm looking at, I'm on NBC News. I'm looking at the Electoral College electoral votes. Trump has 200. 200. You only need 270 to win. He has 201 electoral votes. Kamala has 81. Hold on. I'll put this on the screen. Let me put this on the screen. Because I don't know, man. I don't know. It's early, but still, he already has 200. He already has 200. I mean, will it be an early night for Trump? It could be an early night for Trump. Here you go. I'll put it on the screen for y'all. Hold on. Put it on the screen for y'all. Here you go. Kamala Harris, 81 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes. 81. Kamala Harris. You need 27 to win. She only has 81. Now listen, a lot of states have not been called yet. A lot of states have not been called yet. It's still early. But as of right now, she has 81. Trump has 201 right now. $201 electoral votes for Trump. 201 electoral votes for Trump. Now listen, it's early. It's early. It's very early. It's only 10. A lot of the polls, pretty much the polls are closed at this point. The polls are closed. A lot of the polls around the country are closed. Maybe on the West Coast, maybe not so. Let me see what time it is on the Cali right now. It got to be 9 right now. What time is it in Cali? I think it's like, what, a 2-hour difference? I think Cali is like, what time is it in Cali? Like a 2-hour difference. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. The time did go back. Wait. That way. I'm bugging. Because yeah, California definitely has different time. Okay, it's 7 p.m. in Cali. I'm bugging. Yeah, 7 p.m. in Cali. So I mean, the polls are still open on the West Coast. Yeah, man. So on the West Coast of America, it's the polls are still open. So you got a lot of those West Coast states that are still voting. But most of those West Coast states, they're already called already. I mean, I don't think Trump. Andrea, I've been reading my chats all day. I don't know what you're doing. I mean, I stopped looking at my chat for 5 seconds, and you're telling me to read my chats. I've been reading my chats all day. What are you talking about? You just got in here, Andrea, and you're telling me to read my chats. Like, what are you talking about, Andrea? God bless your heart. All right? I stopped looking at my chat for 5 seconds, and you're telling me to read my chats. I've been reading them for the last 2 hours. The hell, man? It just goes to show you, man. You just can't make people happy, man. It's like it don't matter what you do. Like, you know what I mean? You could ignore something for 5 seconds, and somebody's gonna clown you for doing this for 5 seconds, man. It's ridiculous. Andrea says, "No, I'm not saying. I just joined. I'm trying to tell you that it's 7 here." Oh, okay. All right. Oh, you're on the West Coast. Oh, okay. All right. You're on the West Coast. All right. Okay. Thank you. Eric V says, "Remember when Hillary lost and that one trans kid? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Eric V. Why did you? Oh, yo, Eric V. Do you know I was watching that yesterday? Nah, we gotta play that. Thank you for reminding me that. I forgot about that video. Yo, Eric V, that's crazy. You brought that up. I was watching that a day ago. I literally was watching that a day ago. Trump cries. It's like I don't know if it was a trans woman, but it was. Here you go. This is her right here. This was crazy. This was nuts.
President of the United States.
What? Yo, hold on. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm mad Eric V brought this up because I was watching this a day ago. This is crazy.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald.
Yo, this is nuts.
I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world.
Wow.
This is not what we want.
We will face challenges.
There's so much potential.
But we will get the job.
That is crazy. Where do y'all think she is right now? Like, where do y'all think she is right now? Where do y'all think she is right now, bro? Where do y'all think she is right now? Yeah, nah, she's not. I don't know. I don't know if she's trans or not. Yeah, possibly lesbian. Yeah, I don't know if she's trans. I agree, Andrea. She may be lesbian. But she may be trans too. You know, maybe she's like, I don't know. Maybe she's like, I don't know. Getting them knees ready. Yo, that is nuts, bro. But you know the crazy thing? She wasn't the only one. There was another video of another white woman crying and sobbing when Trump won. But I don't remember what it was though. But yeah, this is crazy.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald.
Can we have a repeat of this? Will this be a repeat of this? Yeah, man. There was another woman that did this, like similar to this. I don't remember where it was though. It's like a woman that cried. It's not this woman. It's not this woman. Nah, it was like another white woman or I think she had like blonde hair. It's a long time ago. This was like the Clinton, just like the Clinton Trump. Let me click this real quick. Let me just see. Hold on. Yeah, this is not her. This is not her. Can we have a repeat of this? Will this be another repeat? Will this be another repeat? Let me know, Trump supporters, you know? Look at it. Look at this Negro right here shaking his head no. I can't believe it. What are you so upset about, nigga? You know what I mean? I understand, like, the white woman being, like, a little peeved, but, like, why is that nigga shaking his head? Like, come on, bro. What was Clinton really going to do for you? Crazy, bro. This is crazy. We might have a repeat of this, man. We might have a repeat. We may have a repeat of this, bro. We may have a repeat of this.
To the Trump Vance Watch Party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
You never saw that video, John, with the white woman screaming? No, you never saw that video. That video definitely went viral. That election season, definitely, no question, that video went viral. I remember that video. I remember that video. That shit was funny. That's crazy. Let me look at the Electoral College. Let me take a look at the Electoral College. And let me see where we at. Because Kamala, let me see what her numbers is at right now. Got to keep an eye on that. Just want to take a look at that Electoral College. Let me see. Okay. All right. So right now, this is the count right now. This is where we at with the count. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. Trump has 201. 201. It looks like North Dakota, I already said that, yeah. Utah has been called. Colorado is blue. Colorado's blue this year. Well, I think Colorado's always been blue, right? Well, not always, but, you know, as of recently, it's been blue. I mean, come on. Most of these places we were to expect that they were going to be blue. Like, I mean, come on. New York, Illinois. What we got? Colorado doesn't surprise me. I'm more so focused on, you know, they say Pennsylvania is the place that's really going to call this race. Pennsylvania is the place that's going to call this race. Georgia, I think Georgia's going to go blue. I don't think Trump is going to win Georgia. I think there's just too many zesty niggas in Georgia, man. There's too many zesty niggas, man. There's too many saucy Santanas and little Nas X's in Georgia. I think that they just too aligned to the Democratic plantation, and they're too aligned to you know, and a lot of black women, they're kind of resonating with Kamala Harris this year. So I think in terms of that zesty black vote, you're gonna get that zesty black vote in Georgia. I think they're gonna win that one. Virginia and North Carolina. I'm more focused on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is what I'm really focused on right now. Pennsylvania is what I'm kind of focused on. But Trump has the lead right now. Trump has 207 electoral votes. You know? Kamala's gonna get that California vote, of course. She's gonna get a lot, you know, all these Democratic states. She's gonna get these places. So, you know, expect that to go up. It's gonna go up soon. So, yeah, Yeah, man, it's interesting, bro. It's interesting. Let's get into this. What's going on here?
Votes. For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change.
Andrea says, and black women in general should be more pissed than anyone. I agree. I'm sure it did, but that doesn't represent all of us white women. Yeah, man. Oh, y'all want me to show the electoral vote? I can show it. I mean, I showed it earlier, but you want me to show it again? I'll show it again.
The former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots.
Let me put it back on the screen. Hold on.
Voter ID and be done. One day, same day.
Give me a second.
And you'd have by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Here you go. Here you go. Oh, hold on, my fault.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
So, Rebecca,
Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Remember, a lot of reporters have been asking.
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
Voting in favor of
91.
3 and 4 on marijuana.
Donald Trump
in Florida. We haven't really gotten a sense of how he voted on that.
201.
Those questions failed there in Florida.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures. But as you said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Castor there live for us in West Palm Beach. Rebecca, talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, we do have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there, 30% of estimated votes counted right now.
Yeah, Trump just went up a couple.
To call the race for Trump there in the Show Me.
Trump just went up like a couple electoral votes. You just saw that increase on the screen here.
There you can see the vote margin. So in the meantime, we do want to bring it into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on.
Trump has less than 70 votes to get there. Listen, he's close. He's close. If Trump, I'm gonna call it right now. I'm calling it right now. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over. This is over. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, even if he wins, well, I don't know about Georgia, but if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. There's no way Kamala's gonna win if there's no way Kamala could win if she loses Pennsylvania. If she loses Pennsylvania, it's over. So if Trump by somehow wins Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over. It's over. Trump is gonna win this thing if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
On social media as well, because we are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means polls will close in some of these western states as well. Let's check in with Live Now.
I agree, Andrea. I would be, listen, Georgia has been red for a long time, but I mean, you gotta think about the power of Atlanta, the power of the metro area in Georgia. That whole sector. Like I said, no disrespect to the people of Georgia, but you got a large zesty demographic in Georgia. Got a large zesty demographic in Georgia, and they vote. So Georgia has been historically red, but not anymore. Not anymore.
Update there from Fox 10 reporter Kenzie Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University.
There's been a lot of states that haven't been counted. California hasn't been counted. Arizona has yet to be counted. Let me look at the chart because I got it in front of me. New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, Idaho. I think that's where my homie Sinclair is from. It looks like Wisconsin. Minnesota, Wyoming, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, of course, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Yet, did I say Minnesota? Yeah, not Minnesota. Yeah, there's a couple states that haven't been called yet. There's a lot of states that haven't been called. A lot of states, you can't expect the West Coast of this country to not have count their votes yet, because California, it's 7:00 in California right now, 7:00 on that side of the country. So I don't believe, are those polls still open at this point? I wouldn't think they would be. I would think that they would be, because voting stops in New York around, it stopped around like 8 or 9, I believe. Yeah, like 8 or 9. And they called it pretty quick. As they would, of course. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They are included in my tally. Absolutely. I think, all of the political correspondents, they've been saying if whoever wins Pennsylvania wins this race. They're saying whoever wins they've been saying that for the longest. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins this race. That's what it's looking like to me. Yeah, I don't see Trump. I don't see Trump winning Georgia. That's not going to happen.
Polls now closed in some of these western battleground states.
See,
like
there you go.
Like
there you go.
Arizona, like Montana, like Utah.
What did I say?
Some down ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press. Let's watch.
Clear and unequivocal will of the voters. This is an incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day for our nation.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Across the state, who worked long and difficult hours over the last several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election. And I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us a belief that our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally,
hold
I want
on.
to thank the millions.
Andrea says, does anybody think that Trump is going to unify the country? Absolutely not. Trump is not a unifier. Trump is not a unifying president. That's not his I don't think that's his strong suit, There's some presidents that are gifted at unifying. I'm gonna say Ronald Reagan. He was gifted at unifying. Who else was gifted at unifying? Let me see on the Democratic side to see if I can figure. I would say Bill Cosby. Bill Clinton. When the economy was running like a well-oiled machine. This is before the whole Monica Lewinsky trial, or impeachment rather. When the country was running like a well-oiled machine, when Bill Clinton had it, he was a great unifier. There's been a couple of presidents that are good at unifying. I don't think Trump is a unifying president. He's not a unifying president. There's always going to be a demographic of people that hate him, and there's always going to be a demographic of people that love him. It's always going to be like that. It doesn't matter. Even if Trump were to have an enlightenment, if Trump were to say, you know what, I am no longer going to do the things that I've done in the past, and have that type of rhetoric, and have that, if Trump were to turn a new leaf, people will still hate him for what he done in the past. It's Trump is not a unifying president. Most people are just looking to Trump, in my opinion, just to get the economy up and running like it needs to be, to get things, get this country running like it needs to be. It's less about unifying. But yeah, I don't think Trump is a unifying president. He's not that. He's not that type of president, in my opinion. You know, that's just my opinion, though.
Years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late.
Andrea says, "How close is Pennsylvania?" I gotta look
knocking
into that.
on
Hold on.
doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City.
Let me look into that.
And everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across this state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing
Andrea,
to put country over party. And
what I'm seeing, this is coming by way of, hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second, y'all.
Wix.
This is coming by way of NBC News. By way of NBC News. Pennsylvania is too close to call at this moment. It's too close to call. But at the moment, what I'm looking at right now, Andrea, is Trump is up by 51%. Kamala has 48%. They've counted 1,944,000 votes for Trump, and they've counted 1,830,000 votes for Kamala. With a 51%, they're giving Trump a 51% lead in a battleground state of Pennsylvania, but they're still saying that it's too close to call. Yeah, they're saying it's still too close to call. So I mean, yeah, it's still too close in my opinion. It's still too close in my opinion. Yeah, what is happening? Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all, because shit. Yeah, but it's too close to call. You know, they were saying that, you know, Pennsylvania is going to be very tight. So you know, that makes sense to me. Why we're here like that. What we're hearing.
So our campaign manager, thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this. She flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field.
Trump is up right now. Trump is up. Trump is looking good right now. For all you Trump supporters, Trump is looking good right now. He has a comfortable lead. Pennsylvania is close to call, but he looks like he may take it as of right now. It looks like he may take it. Yeah, Trump is looking good right now. Trump is looking good.
This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me. And I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners. Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network.
Kamala Harris supporters, stop the steal, stop the steal.
And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine.
A bunch of bootlicking, bellhop, candy cane carrying Negroes. Divine Nine, the Divine Nine, a bunch of bourgeoisie, Democratic bootlicking Negroes. We don't give a damn about a Divine Nine.
I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. I want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office, don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Wes Moore? I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them.
I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all.
Who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him.
I'll be right back. I just got to grab my charger. I got to grab my charging piece to my phone. I'll be right back. My phone is on 1%.
And who? Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes. America's congressman, Congressman Ivey. Want to thank them, Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign. To all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Brooks, volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you. That's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland. Prince George's County, Maryland. The place where I have grown up, the ones who I love so much. You know, I woke up this morning to my neighbors.
All right, you're hearing there from Angela Also Brooks declaring victory after her race call against former Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan there, and she goes to the Senate, replacing outgoing retiring Senator, the Democrat, Ben Cardin here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're a little past the bottom of the hour now here, a little after 8:30 Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 on the East Coast there. Thanks so much for being with us. We are in for it tonight. Remember, we're not stopping. We are going live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the course of the evening, bringing you these results in real time, coming to us from the Associated Press here. And in the meantime, we do have some of these race calls I want to bring you. Let's go to the District of Columbia right now. You see there Harris getting their 3 electoral votes. This race was called, about 10 minutes ago here. Also, we have some results coming in on some of these western battleground states, including Arizona. Take a look at that. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know, it's a battleground, very close here, but a little under half of estimated votes.
What did I miss?
Counted there. So neck and neck there in Arizona between Trump and Harris. Let's go to Missouri briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenger in Lucas Kunce there, and he won this race. Hawley 52 over Lucas Kunce there 46.
Did I miss anything
45%
good?
of estimated votes counted. Hawley goes back to the Senate with another 6-year term. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall in the Live Now newsroom and New York Post's A.G. Gankarski. He joins us as well. We'll start with Austin. Austin, we were trying to get through where the battleground states lie right now as far as the presidential contest is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through them. So let's start up in Wisconsin. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far tallied, according to the Associated Press. That's a tight race. 49.5% to 49%. Trump up by 1/2 of a percentage point in Wisconsin. Moving over to Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results, that's a dead tie, 49.1 to 49.1. It looks like we just lost that. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Right now, Trump has a roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of the lead versus Harris right now. That's the most important battleground.
Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania. Oh, I see I see the big homie Sinclair's in the building. What's up, Sinclair? Trump has the lead in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris supporters, are you worried? Are you scared? You should be. You should be. You should be. Because if I'm letting y'all know right now, if Trump gets Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over. It's over. The man already has 200 electoral votes right now, right? Now, essentially, that means nothing, right? Because Kamala, eventually, they're going to tally up the West Coast votes. She's going to get Cali. She's going to get a couple more other states on the West Coast. She's going to get a couple more states on the East Coast. Eventually, she'll be able to catch up to where Trump is at. But if he gets Pennsylvania, it's game over. It's going to be too much of a hurdle to overcome. So if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you should be scared about that one. You should be scared about the Pennsylvania one.
Thanks so much for being with us, AG, with the New York Post, of course.
Somebody said, please not Fox. Why not Fox?
Is it accurate to say that some are too close to call?
I don't want to hear a bunch of bootlicking Negroes on MSNBC and CNN. I don't want to hear that tonight. I'm not saying Fox News has the best journalist integrity, but I don't want to hear a bunch of bootlicking Democratic Negroes on CNN and MSNBC. I damn sure don't want to hear that. Do you really want to hear Don Lemon sweating oxtail sauce? Do you really want to see Van Lathan sweating Dr. Pepper? I don't want to see that right now. Van Lathan is sweating Dr. Pepper right now. You know, he had his suit all prepared tonight. He had his suit dry cleaned. He just picked up his glasses from Lens Crafters. He was expecting a hell of a night tonight. Yeah, man. Nah, man. You know, I don't want to see that tonight. Oh, man. We with Fox News tonight. We rocking with Fox News tonight.
For Trump, he has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here.
Don Lemonhead.
Still 43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden, and you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris. But the question is always turnout. Like, how many people actually turn out to vote? How many votes are counted in the coming days? It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, a Trump lead.
Do you know what I think Kamala Harris' mistake was? Her biggest mistake this election season was she ignored blue-collar, hard-working 9-to-5 men. She was so focused on, trying to reach out to all these little demographics and groups and stuff like that. I think that she just ignored blue collar, middle class men that go to work 9 to 5. I think she really ignored those types of men. And if you really look at what Trump was doing, think about it. Trump throwing on the garbage truck vest on the garbage truck. Trump going to McDonald's. Trump getting that endorsement from the truck drivers and not the truck drivers, but getting endorsement for like the police officers and the union workers and stuff like that. Trump getting all these endorsements from like the hard working 9 to 5 men. Kamala was kind of like brushing those types of men off. I think Kamala was kind of leaning on the female vote. But we all know, we know women could be no disrespect to women, but we know women can be vindictive. Women could look at another woman and I'm not voting for that bitch. That bitch ain't get her hair done. I ain't voting for that bitch. She was leaning on that female vote. She was leaning on that LGBTQ vote. She was leaning on that zesty vote. And I don't think it's panning out for her right now. I don't think it's panning out. for her. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not panning out from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so any margin that Trump has at, 10:41 Eastern time may not hold, when we wake up in the morning.
Let's talk about Detroit. I want to talk about...
She never worked at McDonald's. That was a lie.
Southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Michigan. And I'm going to just kind of zoom in on Detroit here because that's one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. When we focus in and we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here, we're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.1.
Woo! Kamala Harris supporters, are you worried? Are you scared? Let me get that video queued up with the trans gentleman crying. I gotta get that queued up. I gotta get that queued because it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Kamala Harris supporters. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get this queued up. I gotta get it queued up just in case, man. I gotta get it queued up just in case. Just in case, man. Cause listen, man, you Kamala Harris supporters, man. Y'all really thought y'all had this one, man. Y'all was so secure, man. It's not looking good. Hold on, Trump woman crying. I gotta get this queued up just in case.
Donald J. Trump.
Well, I'm not even gonna play it again. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We gotta wait.
5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot. What do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in because, a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that will tell you what the real story is.
Kamala Harris supporters is not looking good. It's not looking good, Kamala Harris supporters. It's not looking good. You guys was talking real crazy, real spicy. I was talking real spicy. Listen, man, and you know Trump gonna go on Trump gonna go on a revenge tour. You already know. Nancy Pelosi, we're looking at you. Jim Crow Joe, we're looking at you. Democrats that were hating, we're looking at you. DOJ, we're looking at you. Listen, Trump gonna go on a revenge tour. So, I mean, listen, man, it's not looking good for the Democrats, man. I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel sorry for the Democrats either. I don't feel sorry for the Democrats. I don't feel sorry for them.
Of the vote tallied. Over 60% of the vote has been tallied in Pennsylvania. Michigan has just about a quarter of the votes tallied, and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half of the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you know, you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, you know, Trump, basically his strategy of going all over the place, campaigning everywhere, taking all kinds of questions, even from adversarial media, it seems to have paid off. And I think voters are responding to the authenticity, the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the, and to the central question: are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again, arguments. And
what have I been saying? The woman has been ducking questions, ducking interviews, and people, it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, man.
And they said, no, we're not better. And, you know, I think Harris not doing...
You're running for office. You can't duck questions. You can't duck the smoke. You have to go into those bad environments. You have to go into the smoke. You have to be in the hot seat, Kamala. You thought you was gonna just sashay into the White House?
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race. Let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53 to 46 right now with 49% of estimated votes counted. If we can also bring up the Montana Senate race.
1 second, Shaw.
Sheehy and Tester, just so we can get a good lowdown of where that race stands at the moment. Let's take that. There you see Sheehy up 56 over Tester's 42 there, about 5% of estimated votes counted. So Montana still has a kind of long way to go there. But these are the Senate races to watch still now that we are moving our way westward across the country, though some of the other races, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, those Senate seats, they're still in the mix. They haven't been called yet, at least by the Associated Press, AG.
Yeah, and, you know, Republicans need to flip a couple of these. And even if you go back to 2022, they're saying that 24 would be their year for the Senate.
Kamala Harris supporters. Will this be you tonight, Kamala Harris supporters? Will this be you tonight?
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States. President Obama.
Will this be you tonight?
Ever, anywhere, the 45th president of the United States of America, Donald.
Will this be you tonight, Kamala Harris supporters?
So sorry to my world. I am so.
Kamala Harris supporters, bro. It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good. The numbers ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for y'all, man. Y'all was talking spicy. Y'all was talking real spicy, bro. It's not looking good for y'all. It is not looking good for the Democratic left.
And they've got a lot of opportunities, and I think as Trump rises or falls, you know, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had Senate races, you know, the candidates run a couple points behind Trump. So if Trump can win these states by 2 or 3 points, that's very good for a Dave McCormick or Eric Hovde or somebody like that. I think if you look at Montana, I think, you know, Trump's strength is going to lift Sheehy in that race. I don't think Kerry Lake has a shot, per se. The polls I saw of Arizona had a lot of split ticket between Trump and Gallego. But
Trump needs 60 electoral votes to win. 60. Trump is at 210. Kamala Harris is at 91. He needs 60 electoral votes to win this thing.
You know, overall, if Republicans can pick off a couple of these Democratic seats, you know, then it's a very good night because they probably will take the House also. So you can see a unified Republican Washington, D.C. next year, and Donald Trump would be able to enact a lot of this policy agenda that he was thwarted, from doing during his first term if he's elected.
So, AG, if we can come back onto my screen here, I want to just show the Senate map. The balance of power is behind me here, and this is giving us a look at how this thing is shaping out. So, right now, and obviously you need 50 seats in order to have control of the Senate if the president is Donald Trump, because that would mean that J.D. Vance would be the tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, as you mentioned.
Listen, man, if Trump wins the presidency and if the Republicans get the Senate, Democrats, there's gonna be a lot of them on the first flight smoking out of here. Because I'm letting y'all know it's gonna be a revenge tour. Trump is gonna go on a revenge tour. So I'm letting y'all know right now, a lot of you Kamala Harris supporters and Democrats, listen, man, you don't want them to get that Senate and the presidency. It's not going to be good for you. It's going to be hard.
A couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes.
See, that's the thing. I'm for student loan paybacks. I'm for student loan paybacks. I think that all student loans should be forgiven. I think they should be forgiven, bro. I mean, I really do. I think that I think all student loans should be forgiven. That's just my opinion. I think they should all be forgiven.
Back
student
to
loans,
Virginia
man.
Right now, take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Andrea says, I'm going to get paybacks because I've paid all my tuition loans back. Where's my money? And that's a reason to vote for Trump. Oh my gosh, what's this world coming to?
to do. We're gonna have a lot of work to do to promote more peace.
You can't knock nobody that paid off their whole tuition. I salute Andrea for paying her whole tuition back.
And expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom.
They took accountability of that loan and they paid it back. You can't knock nobody that paid their tuition off. Anybody that paid their tuition off, you can't knock them. You can't knock them. They did what they were supposed to do. It's not nobody's fault you couldn't take care of your student loan. You couldn't pay it. You couldn't pay your tuition off. You know what I mean? I got nothing but respect for the people that paid their tuition off. Kat says, I paid all my loans for college too. Where is my payback? We all have to pay to get an education. I agree. I'm not mad at that. You know what I mean? I think if you paid all your tuition back, I do think you should get a payback or you should get your money back. I do agree with that. I think that the people that have loans that are like delinquent or whatever, I think that they should be forgiven, and I think that the people that paid their loans back, they should get their money back. I agree. They definitely should get their money back. I agree with both of that. Now, is that realistically going to happen? Probably not. But I think that that's fair. I think because if you're going to forgive people for their education, you're going to forgive them, you're going to totally wipe it clean, then the people that, paid, the people that did what they were supposed to do, you can't kind of like, hold them to it and say, well, you paid it off, so we ain't owe you nothing. Nah, you got to give them back their money. They paid it off, so you give them back their money. You forgave these niggas. Give back the people back their money that paid it off. You're gonna kind of shit on me because I did the right thing. It's kind of like messed up. It's almost like in school. it's almost like in school, let's say it's a week. Let's say it's a couple days before Christmas break or spring break or whatever, and the teacher gives you homework on the last day. And then on the last day, we all go to break or whatever. She says, "Oh, okay. And don't worry about the homework, guys. Go on spring break and enjoy it." It's like, wait a minute, bitch. I did my homework. I did what I was supposed to do. Now listen, you can forgive these other niggas for not doing their homework, but I did. You gonna give me an A. You're gonna raise my grade point average for doing this damn work that you're gonna forgive all these other niggas for not doing. So I agree. I do think that if you paid back your loan, you should get your money back. I agree with that. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. I just seen something. Hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all.
So much for joining us. 900,000 people tuning in across all of our streaming platforms.
All right, give me 1 second, y'all. Listen, Pennsylvania. I'm looking at Pennsylvania, right? Now, it's too close to call right now. It's too close to call. So, take this with a grain of salt. But from what I'm looking at in Pennsylvania, Trump has a 2% lead, right? In Pennsylvania. In Georgia, he has a 2% lead in Georgia. This is on NBC News. He's leading in Pennsylvania and Georgia from what I'm seeing. Yeah, he's leading in Pennsylvania and Georgia from what I'm seeing. He's leading. Now, they reported that they've counted over 60% of the votes in Pennsylvania. So we're over, at least half of the votes have already been counted for Pennsylvania. So, and he's still in the lead. So we're gonna have to see how that pans out. But that's interesting, though. That's very interesting. He's leading in Pennsylvania and Georgia from what I'm seeing.
Looks like we had a misstep there, but polls are going to be closing in states like California, Oregon, and Washington at the top of the hour. We do, of course, unless something completely surprising happens, we do expect that those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Right now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats, Democrats 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's Central Valley, parts of Southern California, there's 5 House seats in California alone, currently owned by the GOP, but they're considered to be complete toss-up races. That's why it's been, as the weeks have developed, it's been much tougher.
We have to talk about the zesty niggas in Georgia. A bunch of rednecks in Georgia, they tried to stop the zesty niggas from voting. They said, "Oh no, Saucy Santana. You will not be voting today, Negro. Go back into that nail salon and get your toes done, Negro. Oh no, Saucy Santana. Go back into that beauty salon and get your eyelashes done. You will not be voting today. That's what happened in Georgia. They called in some fake bomb threats, trying to stop some zesty niggas from doing their due process. But it looks like Trump is up. It looks like Trump is in the lead in Georgia. Let me listen to what this white man talking about. Let me listen to what this white man talking about.
Adam Schiff led the charge on the impeachment process during Trump's first impeachment. As soon as polls close, we may get an early call in this race. Of course, any statewide race in California would be expected to fall blue, but no results from the Associated Press as of right now, and it looks like the clock just hit 8 p.m. on the West Coast. So polls close.
Van Lathan is Aggie right now.
Color, Andy Mack, in some of these states here shortly.
Van Lathan, he got his Kurt Franklin suit dry cleaned. Just got his new glasses from Lens Crafters. He's Aggie right now.
Some of these Senate races, Washington, as soon as the polls close, and this is just how reliably blue these states are. I'm going to just guess zero. Yes, there's zeros on these. There's probably zeros on California as well. That's because the AP has such confidence in these states. As soon as results start coming in, they're going to be so overwhelmingly blue that they feel comfortable calling these races as soon as the results start coming through. So, Adam Schiff going to be the senator in California for 6 years, and it appears there as Washington as well. We're going to see so no numbers there as well, but still, Maria Cantwell going to be starting off her 6-year Senate tenure in the state of Washington. Andy.
All right, very, very interesting. West Coast, we're following it very closely. Also, we're going to check back in with you over the course of the evening as we've had over the last several hours as well, but we appreciate your time. Let's get out to more different conversations here as we're hearing now west to east, as I do want to put up just this. One of the most recent calls there in Idaho being called for the president, Donald Trump, as well. So I do want to put up just this, those 4 electoral votes going for Donald Trump. Idaho, 4 electoral votes is kind of the balance of power as we talk about all those.
Wait. Sinclair, did you vote for Trump?
So we're hearing different ones about Nebraska. You know about the split one there.
Sinclair, did you vote for Trump?
We're talking about.
We need to know tonight, Sinclair. Did you vote for Trump?
Washington as well. So let's continue to.
We want to know who Sinclair voted for tonight.
Within this watch party there in West Palm Beach in Florida at this watch party, as they maybe see some of these results come in themselves, see the excitement of there as instead on the other side in the watch party.
Am I lagging on y'all guys' side? Let me know if I'm lagging.
The decision, 12 electoral votes in her favor going for the Vice President Kamala Harris on the West Coast. As you did hear from Austin Westfall, those going.
Sinclair voted for Trump. Sinclair voted for Dennis the Menace.
As the polls close, the AP feels confident enough to call these western states in favor of Harris. California has the most electoral votes in the country. We're talking about 54 votes coming from California alone. Washington is going to have 12 electoral votes. Oregon not being called yet. It's likely blue. Let's go in and let's see what we're working with here. It looks like Harris is up.
California has too many electoral votes. They don't need all them damn votes in California, bruh. They don't need all this. You don't need all them damn votes, them electoral votes in California, man. They really don't. They don't, man.
So what does that say for the electoral count at large? Now that California's huge swath of votes has been added, that jumps Harris up to 179. Trump at 214. That means Trump is 56 votes away from claiming the presidency. Harris looks like she is roughly 91 votes away from the presidency. While we're at it, Andy, let's look at the battlegrounds again. Let's just do a swing through all the states that very well could make.
Hold
or
on,
break
hold
this
on,
race.
hold on,
Wisconsin.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Now we're at 60% of the votes tabulated. Trump appearing to have just over a 2% lead in Wisconsin. Neighboring Michigan.
Hold
Michigan
on,
was
y'all.
leaning blue not too long ago. Now it looks like it's leaning red, and Trump is up by over 4%. That's with 28% of the votes counted. So that is and we just saw it update a little bit. It looks like Trump might have gained a little bit of ground slightly there. 28, just over 1/4 of the votes counted in Michigan. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes at stake. This one was a tight one for quite some time. And now it looks like as more and more votes are tabulated, we're nearing 3/4 of the votes being tabulated. 70% of the votes in Pennsylvania have been tallied. And right now, former President Trump has just over a 3% lead over the vice president. That's a major state right there. And that's a lead that Trump has with only 30% of the vote left that Harris can make up. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state. Again, the AP has not called any of these battleground states yet, but 87% of the vote has been tabulated in North Carolina. Trump has just under a 3% lead over the vice president. Let's bring you out to Georgia, where we're seeing 90% of the vote tallied, and Trump, he's got a 3-point lead above the vice president. Let's head out west. Nevada, not reporting anything so far. That's the one battleground we haven't heard from yet, but
listen, Pennsylvania and Georgia are the two battleground states. These could be the two states that call the race. Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania and Georgia. These were the states for all the marbles. If Kamala loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, this race is over.
Electoral votes for her, the largest
It's over.
State in terms of that. Also in Washington as well, 12 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris, and then also in Oregon as well going for Kamala Harris. And I also want to talk now about California, as we're learning that information about the Senate, a key race with Dianne Feinstein's seat being open, the late Dianne Feinstein, as this one going for Adam Schiff over Steve Garvey, the former Dodger, the former Padre. Adam Schiff moving chambers from the House to the Senate as he takes over that seat. So big news in terms of the Senate, as the Democrats, they keep that seat blue. We'll talk more about the balance of power and everything to do with it. But let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you more live pictures, different speeches. We're expecting to hear from Adam Schiff, likely Steve Garvey, within the hour, just based on the fact that this was called so quickly after polls closed there in that state. We'll have much more here.
Hold on.
We'll be right back.
Hold on. Let's go to commercial break real quick. Hold on. I gotta go full screen on y'all niggas. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta talk to y'all niggas tonight. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I gotta talk to you Kamala Harris supporters for a second. I gotta talk to y'all, man. I gotta talk to y'all. Kamala Harris supporters, are you scared right now? Because a lot of y'all are fearful of a Donald Trump second term. Are you fearful right now? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the Democratic left. It's not looking good. Y'all. Are you worried, Kamala Harris supporters? Are you worried? You know, you had Beyonce, you had who else? I saw Rihanna made a post. Meryl Streep, Taylor Swift, LeBron. Anybody saw LeBron come out? LeBron came out supporting Kamala. Who else came out supporting Kamala? We said Beyonce. Meryl Streep. Who else came out supporting? Of course, Glorilla, Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B. Kamala Harris supporters. Are you scared? Are you petrified? Will you be screaming at the top of your lungs like that woman that I showed earlier? Will that be you? Because all signs are pointing that. Listen. I'm not going to call this thing yet, but if they're saying Trump has a lead in 2 battleground, remember, all the states that kind of went to where they went to, we kind of knew where they were going to go. We knew where a lot of these places were going to go. We knew a lot of these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, a couple of other battleground states. These were for all the marbles. These were the states that were pretty much going to call the race. They've counted 60% of the Pennsylvania votes. Trump has a lead. They've counted over 50% of the Georgia votes. Trump has a lead. This thing might be called already. This thing might be called already.
Of supporters in Westlake, Ohio. Let's take you out to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda.
Oprah. I forgot about Oprah. Oprah.
As an American agenda.
Kamala brought Oprah out of her dungeon. Andrea says, did you block me? No, Andrea, I did not block you. Somebody blocked Andrea? Don't block Andrea, man. She's chill. Don't block her, man. Yeah, nobody blocked you, Andrea. Nobody blocked you. You're good. You're good. Nobody blocked you.
Energy right here in Ohio. That means coal. That means natural gas. It means oil. And it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level. We're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world. Will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget.
Who are these niggas?
Oh my
Who are these niggas? I don't know this nigga. I know he just got office, and I know he's happy, and he just got office, and he just won a political seat. Listen, good for him. But I don't know these niggas.
Oh my God!
know these niggas, fam. I don't know these niggas. It's a fact.
From incumbent Democrat there in that state of Ohio, as this one will flip from blue to red likely as soon as that's called. But that is what we're following right now as they moved off the shot. But we do have another shot here on Live Now from Fox on the election night in Arizona, another key battleground state of what we're following here in Arizona. I want to put up this post from Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, shout out to poll workers across Arizona.
Let me see something. Give me a second, because we got Fox News up on the screen. Let me see what CNN is talking about, because it's looking like a good night for Republicans, to be honest with you. Let me see what CNN talking about, Let me see what the other side, MSNBC. Yeah, what are they talking about over there? We got somebody over there licking a Democratic boot over there. What's going on over here? I don't know what's going on. What is this? What is this? That's MSNBC. Let's try that. MSNBC. What's going on at MSNBC, man? What's going on over here? I want to see I want to hear some correspondence here. Election results. MSNBC. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, man. Where they at? Where them niggas at, man? Where them niggas at, NBC. Let's see what they talking about up on here.
It was not expected to track the presidential. And
correct.
So
because
Senate,
of New York and California.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be waiting New York and California. Some of these tight races, it could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020. But I mean, the prospect is there. If
want to see both sides of the argument here.
As Americans have so often chosen divided government, they seem to like it.
Chosen or stumbled into it.
Yes.
Well, and remember, Democrats only need 4 seats to take back control of the House, and so they like their chances there.
They're not even talking about the presidency. They worried about the seat right now.
Pennsylvania, and all.
Are the Democrats looking sick tonight?
The House is really going to be won and fought in New York, in California. So it's a very different terrain, and again, could be over a week, if not longer, before we know.
Let's turn to NBC's Garrett Hakey's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, what's the former president doing now? And I'm wondering if there's been any reaction to what appears could be a change of power in the Senate.
Not to that specifically, Lester, but let me set the scene for you here just to get the lay of the land down here in South Florida, because some of this will matter later on tonight, perhaps. We are in West Palm Beach right now at the Convention Center, which is the giant party headquarters media center for the Trump campaign tonight. Donald Trump is across the Intercoastal Waterway at this hour at Mar-a-Lago, his home and private club, where for a portion of the night he was doing, I think, what many people sort of imagine candidates do on election night, meeting with advisors, watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point this evening, according to multiple sources who are there and have laid eyes on him, he has transitioned into essentially party mode already, down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun among his closest supporters, his family and friends, despite a race that remains uncalled. I'm also told, NBC News can also report, that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about.
What do you think Beyonce is doing right now? Do you think Beyonce is like thumbing through that money she got from Kamala? What do y'all think she's doing right now? We know the check cleared. Is she thumbing through that $10 million that she got from Kamala? What is Beyonce doing right now? I would like to know what Beyonce is doing right now.
Where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. I believe we have them right now. Oh, not yet. We're going to go to that they're coming up.
We're going to go to Peter Alexander.
Get it together. Get it together. It's a big night, election night. Get it together.
Trump is talking.
Get it together, MSNBC. We ain't got all day.
What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
We'll go back to Fox News if we have to.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia.
We don't care what she said about Pennsylvania. We don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what she's talking about, bro. Kamala Harris, you're sad right now.
Some people said it's the best.
You're doing bad right now, Kamala. You're doing bad. You're doing bad. You're doing bad right now. The Democrats looking sick. They're looking stupid. Look like they just ate a hot dog with nothing on it. Democrats looking sick. Democrats look like they ate a turd burger, man. They're not looking good right now. They're looking good, looking goofy.
Countries that are trying to upset the American election. But you saw there that Georgian officials are on top of it, and other than taking normal precautions, it's not stopping anything.
Brian, I got to ask you, just remind our audience, why did he have to field some questions there about election integrity? Why is that important specifically in his county, in his state?
Well, I think because already you're having the former president, Austin, talking about reports of shenanigans in Philadelphia. I mean, this is these officials trying to get out in front of any of the rhetoric coming from one or more of the campaigns about whether the elections have integrity. We've come a long way in 4 years from 2020. The election system has been bolstered considerably. And so this is kind of, a 2020 playbook page. And people ought to be really, in my view, concentrating on other things tonight.
Right, yeah. And of course, got a reminder, we're not in a pandemic like we were in 2020. That's a major difference and mitigating factor as well. Brian Sobel, thanks so much. Also, we'll check in at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We got a lot more in store. Many states' polls are closing in just about 7 minutes' time, and some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia and North Carolina. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Let me switch over. Fox News, man. Damn commercials and shit like that. Hold on. The Democrats, they acting like, Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. I'm trying to switch over.
Hope based on vibe. Maybe this night wouldn't be as long, and the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately?
I'm not seeing a tight race. I'm seeing a landslide at the moment.
It's been telegraphed for all of these months.
I'm seeing a landslide.
I mean, it is the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right.
What did I say? Pennsylvania is for all the marbles, man. Pennsylvania is for all the marbles.
The state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down.
That was to be expected as well. We knew that was going to happen.
173,000 votes In the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump now. Let's go to Republicans Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing?
It's not looking good.
Microscope right now to try to understand where this is going?
You're panicking.
It's that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Lovett just made, because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and
that's cap. To
issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself.
And let me say this. I want to, if Trump wins, I want to point some fingers at some people. If Trump wins, man, I want to point some fingers. If Trump wins tonight, this is all because of the incompetence of the Joe Biden administration and the laziness of Kamala Harris never going to that border. I want to put the blame directly at their feet. It's because of the incompetence of Joe Biden and his administration and the laziness of Kamala Harris. And when it comes to the black vote, let's get to the black vote. Let's get to that black vote. You know, if they lose, in reference because of the black vote, I want to directly point the blame at Barack Obama. I'm putting the blame at Barack Obama's feet, because he did the Democrats a disservice when he decided to chastise black men for not voting for Kamala. That was a disservice. That was the last thing black men wanted to hear, was a high yellow Negro that didn't do a damn thing for black people, chastising black men on anything. That was the last thing black men wanted to hear. So I want to place the blame at those three. I want to place if Donald Trump wins tonight, that's who I'm putting the blame. I'm putting the blame at their feet.
Where they're saying that. Now they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and
we have to blame the Democrats too. Let me also blame the Democrats, because the Democrats decided, instead of doing to have a democratic process and say, hey, let's look at a couple of Democratic candidates. Let's not just choose Kamala. Let's actually look at a few other people we can choose. You know, I blame the Democrats because they didn't prepare a candidate. You know, they just decided to throw Kamala in that seat, and it was a bad idea. So those are the people I want to blame. I want to blame Barack. I want to blame the Democrats. I want to blame Joe Biden and Kamala. All of them. All of them are responsible if Donald Trump wins tonight.
NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House, even if she...
I agree, Sinclair. I think Gavin Newsom. Now, I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. I'm not a fan of him, but I think that he probably would have been a better choice. He would have been a better choice. You know, they also have a black governor. I forgot the name of the black governor. There's a black governor. He would have been a decent choice. There's a couple of people that would have been, a decent choice. RFK. He wanted to run on the Democratic ticket. He would have been a good choice. So yeah, there was plenty of choices that the Democrats could have ran with, but they were so thirsty to throw Kamala in that seat, and clearly she wasn't ready. If she never wanted to do an interview, never sat down and did a to this day, has not done a full form hour-long interview. To this day, still haven't done it. Still hasn't done it. Maybe when she loses, she'll finally do it. But she still hasn't done, scared to do a Joe Rogan podcast. Like, what are you scared for? Just do the podcast already. So yeah, if he wins tonight, I'm putting the blame at all of their feet. All of them should be blamed. Any Kamala Harris supporter that's mad, you should be mad at Barack, you should be mad at Joe Biden, you should be mad at Kamala, and you should be mad at the Democrats. All of them failed you. If Trump wins tonight, all of them failed you.
For Kamala Harris, this is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us all here in Georgia.
A lot of zesty niggas.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about...
A lot of zesty niggas in Georgia, man.
It didn't vote in 2020. And
stop the zesty vote.
And you're seeing...
Stop the zesty vote.
Where you are.
Stop the zesty vote.
Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
You think there's a shot?
I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. It does. If you're them, you can't.
It's not looking good for you Democrats. It's not looking good. I think you got too high of hopes right now.
Up. But again, we're keeping an eye right now, those candidates asking folks just to stay in line and vote if you are in line before your polling location closes, Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks for that check-in. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here...
are there still people at the polling place? Are there still people there, or is it pretty much wrapped up around the country? Are there still people at polling centers and stuff like that? That's interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. If people are still at polling centers, that's kind of crazy. It's interesting.
It is a new hour. It is 5 o'clock here in Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast.
1 second, Charles.
Have now closed in some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations there. This is in Fulton County, so we'll wait to see if anyone steps up to the podium there as well. We also have a live picture of voters.
You're going to go to Waukesha County, who's just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive, they thought the Dobbs decision. We'll go back in time. But you come over to Ozaki here.
In line, I believe that's in Maricopa.
Live now, Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where we have been continuing to keep you updated with some of the other storylines that we're following and seeing there online.
State, still 9% of the votes to be tallied. But really what I'm curious to ask you about is Pennsylvania. We still got 20.
My fault. Thank you, Sinclair. Thank you. Yeah, I just realized I was muted too. Yeah, I just seen the button was off. My fault. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, thank you, Sinclair. Thanks.
23% of the votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead appears to be increasing. How are votes tabulated in Pennsylvania? What's the rules? What's the procedures? and how quickly could they get their process?
No, it's not that I'm blind. I wasn't looking at my phone. I'm not looking. My phone has the chat on it. I don't have the chat on my screen. Like anybody wondering about my setup, there's no chat on my screen. Like if I want to look at the chat, I have to look at my phone, which is down here. It's literally my screen is right here and my phone is right here. Like so, if I'm going like this, I'm clearly looking at my screen. If I'm going like this, clearly I'm looking at my phone. Like there's no chat on my screen. I don't see what you guys are talking about on my screen. Like I have to look at my phone to look at what you're talking about on my I have to look at my phone to see what you guys are talking about in the chat. So yeah, the chat is not on my screen.
Write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did noted some comparisons to 2020, just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint.
Give me 1 second.
Half hours ago there. Looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected
Trump wins North Carolina.
winner. You see the margin there, 136,000. So Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had
Trump has 40 votes to 270.
Hope that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming.
Why not blame Obama? Why not blame Obama? You say why blame Obama? I say why not blame Obama?
50%, 53%. So Lester, you asked how did
you say why blame him? I say why not blame him?
Out to our big board.
Obama tried to chastise black men and shame black men into voting for Kamala.
Has 9. That's because we just called.
That's not how politics work. If people want to vote for Kamala, let them vote for Kamala. If people don't want to vote for her, then they don't want to vote for her.
Where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North.
Obama ain't got that type of cachet in the black community to be telling anybody anything. He ain't done nothing for black people. What did Barack Obama do for black people where he think he has the cachet to come into the black community and tell us who to vote for? He don't have no cachet in our community. It was wildly disrespectful. So what I was saying was, if in terms of the black voter percentage, if Kamala's down in the black voter percentage, I blame Barack Obama because that was the wrong message to send. I mean, black people already feel a way about Kamala cosplaying as a black woman. There's already discussion about that, and then on top of that, as a caveat, you add Barack Obama shaming black men into voting for Kamala. I mean, that was just a bad look. So yeah, I'm blaming Barack. I'm blaming Barack Obama for ruining the black voter percentage for Kamala, because if he would have never done that, because even with Kamala tried to kind of get away from that, Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. My fault. Damn. What's going on?
His rivals calling Democrats evil, using some profanity over Nancy Pelosi.
1 second, y'all.
Trump with 230 now, 40 from his goal. Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in, former Biden White House press secretary, and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. I mean, look, it's getting to be a narrower path for Kamala Harris, no question about it. It's the blue wall or bust at this point.
It's math.
Yeah, it's math.
Ultimately, look, I think that Jen O'Malley Dillon email that NBC News obtained that
you hear the worry in the voice. The trembling of the voice. You hear it. The Democrats are looking scared, man. They know what's looking tight. Kamala Harris has to pick up some steam or this is over. I'm being honest, it's looking over right now. It's looking like it may be over.
Part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside the team who's been working so hard for months. That's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for.
Andrea, what the hell are you talking about? You sound crazy right now. I'm gonna come clean. Take a deep breath and blame yourself. Because the rhetoric you're spreading like Trump is in it. Wait. Was that geared towards me or was that geared towards it? Because I'm trying to figure. Because I went on that whole spill about Obama or blaming Obama. Was that whole spill for me? I'm confused here. Or was that? Oh, that's for Morgan. My fault. I thought you. I'm thinking you're mad because I'm blaming Obama or something. Okay, you were talking to Morgan. My fault. Okay, you were talking to Morgan. Yeah, my fault. I'm thinking like you talk like I don't have a reason to be mad at Obama. My fault. Yeah. You're talking to Morgan's bitch ass. I'm just playing, Morgan. I'm just playing. Hold on. Let me get back to what they were saying.
State, it's a one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower. And that's
narrower and narrower and narrower.
That bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that and Virginia. And
can you imagine if they lose Minnesota? If they lose Minnesota, that's crazy.
Over the last several weeks, how can this be a tie? What's your answer?
I would have asked the same question. I mean, I think
under the same scenario.
Look how desperate the Democrat. How would it be a tie?
Of the American people who think the country's on the wrong track on the immigration, like all of the issues in kind of general polling would suggest that this would be a runaway for the Republican or for in power. The fact that it's not, I think there's obviously a lot of.
Do you think if any other Republican were on the ticket, you'd have much greater margins in terms of a Republican victory?
That's difficult to answer because Donald Trump brings out such a passionate base where you might have a problem getting that overperformance in rural areas because he is so animating, especially on the right. Now, he's equally animating on the left, which turns out that opposition.
Or you might get suburban women on side of a different kind of Republican.
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. Sure. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. It is.
How do y'all think Joe Biden would have fared against Trump if he would have stayed in this race? How do y'all think he would have fared? Do y'all think he would have done better, worse? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, clearly, a lot of people, have had his mental capacity in question. I don't know. I don't know if Joe Biden would have been better off staying in this race. I don't know. That's a good question though. But I don't think he would have done any better. That's interesting that they bring that up right now though. It's very interesting.
Is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
And one of the things that I think is so notable heading into tonight, I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10...
No, because at the end of the day, abortion is important, but guess what? Everybody is affected by the economy. Whether you're recently pregnant, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, everybody's feeling the weight of the economy. We could all agree if a woman is trying to have an abortion, she can still agree that the economy is being poorly ran. So you can have an abortion all you damn want. If you can't eat, if you don't have the ability to eat. and survive. I mean, listen, this baby got some time before it drop. I need to eat right now. Plus, I still may want to have the baby. I'm eating for 2. That's what I said. You know, Kamala was ignoring the blue-collar workers. She was ignoring the 9-to-5 people that are affected by the economy. I know that's not Reese, bitch ass. What's up, Reese? Reese is in the building. What's up, Reese? Reese is in the building. I live in. Oh yeah, he does live in Cobb County. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Yeah, we ain't see Reese in how long, man. Yo, Sinclair, I wish you would have stayed in the room. I forgot what night that was. It was one night where I think it was yesterday, because as soon as I was about to end the show, I saw Nelly come in, and as soon as I was about to end the show, I saw Nelly came in, and I ran the show a little bit later. But yeah, yo, what's up to Reese? Reese is in the building. What's up, Reese? Reese, did you vote today? Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you vote? Were you a part of the problem, or were you a part of the process today? Were you a part of the problem, or were you a part of the process today? We need to know. Who did you vote for? Did you vote? Did you see any zesty niggas online when because you're in DeKalb County out there in Georgia? We need to know if you seen any zesty niggas online when you were voting. Cause they was calling up bomb threats over there. I heard. Yeah, man. Hold on, let me see what they talking about on here. Hold on.
Closer to the Gaza.
Reese says, Sinclair, thank you for your support always. What about my support, nigga? What about my support, nigga?
Well, election night is about to be election morning as we creep up on midnight on the East Coast. Glad you're with us. We are moments away from getting more polls, more vote, and more closings as we get new numbers minute by minute. And we're watching not just the presidential race, but of course, we're watching the balance of power. The United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives, also up for grabs tonight. We've got Kristen Walker keeping an eye on that. We just in the last hour or so made a crucial Senate call in Ohio. I know you've got some results.
Absolutely. So we called Ohio for the Republican. Let's head over to Pennsylvania. Just as we await the presidential results in the great state of Pennsylvania, so too we are waiting for the results of this very close Senate race. Casey looking for re-election against Dave McCormick. 81% reporting right now. Now let's head over to Wisconsin, where we have Tammy Baldwin looking for another term. She is trying to fend off a challenge from Eric Hovey. Michigan to win the Senate. Eyeing as a potential pick. Fourth term against Tim Shee. This race too early. Have now picked up 2 seats, which is a very good night for them, potentially putting them on the path to take back.
I just realized y'all didn't hear me that whole time. My fault, man.
A 2-seat net gain, they would take control of the Senate. There's one.
My fault. Nah, I was saying, Reese, Y'all didn't hear me that whole time.
Independent Dan Osborne, who
Damn, my fault. Shit. I said, we got time. We got time. I said, we got time for a Reese song. Yo, Reese, let me know a song, man.
Her real run, the
Let's get into a Reese joint. We get back into this.
on the head with which makes this so
SoundCloud or YouTube. Let's do a Reese joint right now.
mean with Independent Senator Bernie
Let's take it back for old time's sake.
Caucus with the Democrats, just to give people a sense of what that looks like functionally speaking. So we continue to watch that race very closely.
All right, well, let's take a moment right here. We want to let some of our other stations catch up.
Let's do a Reese joint, man. Let's hear. We got a couple people in here. Let's do a Reese joint, man.
We'll wait a few moments and let some other stations.
Let's do You Don't Know My Name. I like that joint. I want to hear that joint. Can we play that joint?
That is where the map stands at this hour, about 10 minutes till midnight here on the East Coast. And we've got a lot to get to. We want to go to Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina. Of course.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Please don't play my trash music. Just keep the politics going. Oh, my goodness.
Significantly narrowed.
Gotta be kidding me, man.
For Kamala Harris to take the presidency. We've also had a governor's race decided there. Sam, what you got?
I'd rather hear Kamala talk than hear my music. Are you serious?
The Democratic.
Would you rather hear her laugh or would you rather hear your music? That's the real question.
And Wake and Raleigh were almost identical in terms of the splits.
Would you rather hear Kamala laugh or would you rather hear your music? That's the real question.
Mecklenburg and Charlotte, 62, 63%. In Wake, that's almost identical to what it was 4 years ago, but it's the margins in the rural parts of the state that really drove this victory, at least by a couple of percentage points for Trump, which sounds pretty familiar. Tom was talking about that a second ago. That's thought one. Thought two is the Democratic race. The governor's race, there was a lot of thoughts about split tickets and whether Mark Robinson would be potentially dragging down President Trump or even affecting.
You're capping right now, bro. You would rather hear her laugh than hear you're capping right now, man. You're capping.
But it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there. Rachel Hunt, Jeff Jackson, the AG.
You're capping right now.
His Republican opponent. So you're seeing truly Republican or voters here in North Carolina going across the board for statewide Democrats and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, you have roughly 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic, not Republican. Democrats, registered Democrats in the state had gone down about 80,000 or so, I believe, votes from the previous election. Republicans had gained 100,000 plus registered voters, but the reality here is now 400,000 new unaffiliated voters, and we were wondering where will they fall? What is the fault line going to be for those folks, especially these hundreds of thousands that are moving in from out of state? North Carolina gained the third most amount of people post-pandemic after Texas and Florida. How would they play out, especially in the suburbs of these large, Democratic cities? By and large. And what we're finding out right now is that the exurbs did really lean more Trump and that a lot of these folks in the unidentified category were going more red than blue, at least in this election. That's what the early results appear to show, Savannah.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville for us. Thank you. Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Minnesota. We were just talking about Governor Walz, the sitting governor on the top of the ticket here, and it's too close to call.
Too close to call right now. Democrats, though, are okay with this margin right now. About 50% of the vote is still out. This is how it ended up in 2020. You can see Harris is overperforming slightly. Biden right here. I wanted to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something, though. Blue Earth County, okay? So this is a county that Trump is on top right now. Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you Blue Earth County? Well, besides having the coolest name in the entire country for a county, this is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach
Kamala is at 185. Trump is at 230. Just want to let y'all know. Kamala is at 185. Trump is at 230.
Walz is from. Right now, Republicans are winning his county. It just goes to show when you talk about how
Trump won North Carolina. I don't know if y'all heard that today, but Trump did win North Carolina.
Trump may or may not win this election. He's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95%.
Trump won North Carolina and South Carolina. I just realized that. He won North and South Carolina. Wow. He lost Virginia, but
the vote is out.
That was to be expected.
Rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let's bring in NBC's Blaine Alexander, who was in the Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Come on, Reese, let me play one joint, man. Come on, bro. Let me play one joint, man.
As too close to call, but I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago in a news.
I've been sitting here doing politics all day, man. Let me get one joint off, man.
As a quote insurmountable lead with the.
We can't do one joint. Like I understand, like if I was like, yo, let's play like 3 joints back to back, like. We can't play one joint?
Right now, he's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger.
At least one joint. Come on.
In the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening.
I'm not surprised that Tim Walz is he's because a lot of people in Minnesota, they probably don't rock with him like that. Because I seen in the chat a couple times people from Minnesota, they was like, yo, he's a quack. That dude is a weirdo. Tim Walz, there was a lot of people from Minnesota was coming in the chat. Like when we was doing the lives on Tim Walz and whatnot, they were saying like Tim Walz is like weird and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that Tim Walz, people ain't really rocking with him like that in his own state, and they vote for Donald Trump.
You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling them to go on Election Day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said looking at early voting, he was optimistic. Also, the fact that Republicans tend to turn out more on Election Day, he was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well.
Wait, Andrea, you from Minnesota? You from Minnesota, Andrea?
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much.
It get cold in Minnesota. You from Minnesota?
Exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked to
Sinclair says Tim Walz reminds me of a driver's ed teacher.
People who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back.
He reminds me of a teacher as well. I feel like in every high school, there's like some type of teacher that's like mentally unstable. Like they shouldn't be teaching because they're just mentally unstable and like they just go off the rails and stuff like that. That's what Tim Walz reminds me of. He reminds me of like a mentally unstable teacher. I had a couple of those in our high school. Like they were just like they were probably good people, but it was just the fact that they were just mentally unstable. Like just you put them in the right scenario or rather the wrong scenario, they're gonna go off the rails. Like I've seen that happen to teachers. He reminds me of that.
I'll give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here, a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here, 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, He's going, except for that one, any other county. Well, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go, election alert.
Okay, where you have polls closing at the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight.
Let me ask y'all a question, right? Back in the day, like the key states used to be like Florida, right? Those were like the swing states. And I remember like late night, like they used to call Florida late, right? Let me ask a question. Why now that Florida is no longer like a swing state anymore, that they can call it so fast, but now that Georgia's a swing state, now we have to wait all day for Georgia? I remember back in the day, Georgia used to be called so fast. They used to call Georgia so fast back in the day. Now, I mean, back in the day, we used to have to wait. Remember those Al Gore elections and those John Kerry elections? We had to wait all damn day for Florida to be called. Now we got to wait all damn day for Georgia? Make it make sense.
Night in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, the NBC News now making a projection in the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south-central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Percent of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert?
Fun fact number 7.
It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have plenty of
It's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here, and I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better, and we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress, so it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching, and I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone for Democrats.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So, yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges, too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on
All
that.
right, that's
I do
okay.
think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign, prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and, like, looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people
that's
right.
Yeah. It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about
No,
this now. There's other things to say. But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. It's a
Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything pivotal?
thing and not actually a policy debate.
Okay,
That's
I'll give you
what I
that
would
part of it.
lightly
Yeah.
dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump election night headquarters in West Palm.
Would you guys like to hear a story, or would you guys just want to stick it to politics?
Lester, there's...
Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Would you guys like to hear a story? Or would you guys just like to stick to politics tonight?
Behind me, there are huge cheers
Hold
from
on.
a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now, and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say,
Michigan is too
anecdotally,
close to
it
call,
is a younger
too?
crowd
How is Michigan too close to call still? That's crazy.
that I've covered, and I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago.
Anybody in here a lifelong Democrat? I would like to hear from any lifelong Democrat. Anybody who has been voting blue their whole life? Anybody a lifelong Democrat?
In any other Republican race that I've covered, it's reflected in this room. And I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the...
Eminem, you're a lifetime Democrat? Okay, all right. How are you feeling tonight? Are you feeling like this is like a, just a terrible night for democracy? Like, I want to know how you're feeling as a lifelong Democrat. Do you feel like this country is going in the wrong direction? Because it's looking like Donald Trump may win. It's still close. I mean, it's still too close to call yet. Sinclair says, I was a Democrat until 12 years ago. Really? So wait a minute. Sinclair, you voted for Barack and John Kerry? Did you vote for Barack and his first term and John Kerry? Did you vote for those two candidates?
The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. that's what it seems to be the way this night is going.
I'm not gonna bore y'all with my story. I'm gonna save my story for another night because
tomorrow
it's kind of personal.
There's of course in the court.
And I think I may need some women advice.
Or notes like that, not for our consumption.
I may need to hear a woman perspective. So I think I'm gonna save my story for another stream.
And losing ones feels better when you win.
Let's keep it politics tonight.
But
it's kind of personal.
we can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been.
Sinclair says absolutely not. Never voted Obama. Voted Dennis Kunichi. I never heard of him. Dennis Kunichi. I gotta look him up. I never heard of him. Dennis Kunichi. Really? Wow. Wow. Never voted Obama. Voted Denny. Let me look him up. Hold on.
No, earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all their spirits up. That's the goal.
You say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said,
member of Ohio State Senate, member of the House of Representatives. All right. Oh, the 23rd mayor or 53rd mayor of Cleveland. Okay. Okay. Never heard of him.
Earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still.
Yeah, I know I pronounced the name wrong. Kucinich. Dennis Kucinich. Okay.
I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down because there are places you wanted to have.
You were a Bernie Sanders Democrat.
You don't have him in this moment.
You wanted to vote for Mr. Magoo? Bernie Sanders is Mr. Magoo in living form. Mr. Magoo.
Blue state probably.
I'm not a fan of Bernie Sanders. I'm not a fan of Bernie. You know when I wasn't a fan of Bernie Sanders? You know, because he has all of these ideals and he sounds great. But I remember it was a video. Somebody asked him about reparations. That nigga was like, nope. Student loans, yeah, we can forgive those. We can forgive those. You know, we can work with you with that. You know, a lot of different things he was with. Somebody asked him about reparations. He was like, nope. I was like, I ain't voting for Mr. Magoo. I can't vote for Mr. Magoo.
A lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that.
Not a fan of Bernie.
If Harris.
I'm not feeling the burn.
Take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready. With Barack Obama, there's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet.
Why did you lose faith in Bernie, Eminem? Why did you lose faith in Bernie, Eminem? I would like to hear that.
Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something that she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with.
I was about to say, yo, tell me she didn't sound like Candace Owens for a second.
Head down and grinding it out.
But her
I dead ass was like, yo, is that Candace Owens? It sounded like her for a second.
It won't be because she pulled back a lot.
Let me find out Candace Owens on MSN. I was almost shocked. I looked up. I was like, is that Candace Owens speaking?
Before there was a switch.
Sounded like her.
Ticket. And that is actually.
He disappointed me. Why did he disappoint you? Why did he disappoint you?
With the historic.
Andrea says, is he the guy that ran for president last term? No. He tried to run for president. What year was that? I forgot what Bernie was trying to run. He didn't get the Democratic nom. I forgot what year that was. It was close. It was. I think it was him. It was between him and Biden, wasn't it? I forget. It was a hot minute ago.
the rationale.
That's exactly my point.
Sinclair says, when he said on fleek, I almost died laughing.
Which is that, there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but, and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman, all of these things. But there are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
The education
Nigga, if she lose, I'm going to throw a party with cake and ice cream. I'm going to have a full spread. Turkey, cheese, ham, fondue, charcuterie. We're going to put some steaks on the grill. We're going to pay some Isley Brothers, Gap Band. We're going to have a ball if she loses tonight.
And become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation. I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will.
They call me, anyway, mates, I got a bugger off. Are you from the UK? I hate, they call me Morgan. I never heard somebody say I got a bugger off. Getting late, gotta get to bed. Do you mean hit the hay and get to work in the morning? Good luck. Don't feel special, Morgan. We all gotta go to work. Don't feel special. Good luck to both parties. Love you guys no matter. Okay, salute to Morgan.
This decision to step down after the debate, something that if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate.
I am not bipartisan. I am not. I am totally against the Democratic left. Now, that doesn't mean that I am for the conservative right wing. I'm not for the conservative right wing neither. But I am totally against the Democratic left. I am totally against them. Unabashed. But in reality, I'm not for neither party, really. I'm not for neither party. But yeah, I'm not for neither party. But I'm totally against the Democratic left.
You can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So, yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
That's a fact.
We're still waiting on.
I think Trump not doing the second debate was absolutely brilliant. He didn't have to do a second debate. Think about it. At that point, if Trump would have did another debate, this is 3 debates he would have been in. He would have been in one with Joe Biden, one with Kamala, and a second one with Kamala. That was stupid. There was no reason. It looks better. The optics look better for you to debate Joe Biden, right, and then debate Kamala, because it looks like the Democrats don't know what they're doing. They switching out opponents and candidates. They don't know what they're doing. So the optics of the whole debates of me debating one person than another, that optics look better than me to debate Kamala a second time and a third time for me to debate in general. Like, that was absolutely brilliant. It was smart for him to say no to the third debate. It was absolutely brilliant. He did the right thing. I don't even think he had to debate Kamala. I don't think he had to debate Kamala. I don't think he should have debated Kamala the first time. But, it is what it is. But, to debate her a second time, it would have been stupid. There's no reason to debate her a second time. So that was definitely smart on the Trump campaign to not debate her a second time. It would have been his third time debating in general. Nah, Morgan, turn up on Andrea before you leave, man. Don't tell her good night. Tell her what it really is, man.
News lives in the net.
Curse her out before you leave, man. Curse Andrea out before you leave. Before you hit the door, curse her out.
Is set to make landfall. Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction? Devastating.
Turn up on her, Morgan.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
She been talking crazy to you all night.
His future is now. News for the generation of now.
Turn up on her.
NBC News Now.
I'm just playing.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or heard parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia, that is also too close.
Yeah, it's taking too damn long for them to count these damn Georgia votes. Like, come on, bro. Like, I think we should know by now. Like, you know, all right, Pennsylvania, cool, but I mean, Georgia, we should know by now. Like, some of these battleground states, like, you guys are dragging your feet. Like, come on, bro.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey, guys. Okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15.
Andrea, you voted for Trump today, right? You voted for Trump, right? I forget. You voted for Trump tonight, right? I forget. You voted for Trump, right? I could have sworn you said you voted for Trump. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the
Oh gosh,
all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden...
Andrea says, yeah, because he failed at the first attempt. Give me a break. Good. Oh, okay. All right.
A little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's, only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night. And
I feel like Michigan, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. All right, I feel like Michigan and Georgia, they should be called by now. Like, I don't feel like, come on, bro. Like, these are all, Georgia and Pennsylvania, these are East Coast places. Like, the polls have closed, like, we're talking 3 to 4 hours ago at this point. Like, the polls have closed 3 to 4 hours ago. These are all East Coast states. Like, the polls have closed a long time ago. Like, you definitely should have called or tallied these damn votes up by now.
Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. We still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared.
Sinclair, why you going in on Andrea like that for? Hold on. Sinclair says, holy crap, Andrea. Phone a friend already. Take your ball and go. Nah, Andrea was kind of wilding out earlier. Like, yeah, she was kind of.
University towns because
it's shocking.
Well, because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early.
Andrea, are you good, baby girl? Are you good, Andrea? Are you good, baby girl? Let me know if you're good, Andrea. Are you good, baby girl? Let us know if you're good over there, Andrea. Let us know if you're good over there, baby girl.
There. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there.
Jumbo says Harris won. She's actually She's actually trailing right now.
Where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning, here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in.
Don't get us started.
Absentee ballots. Around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So
here we go with the bullshit.
The absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated.
Here we go with the bullshit in Michigan. Here we go with the bullshit. Here we go.
We heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated.
Here we go with the bullshit. Stop the steal.
Was by midday.
Stop the steal.
Have an
Stop the steal.
So now there is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won the state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday the 12th. Back to you guys.
Oh, my goodness. We're not trying to wait to no damn. What the hell?
Harbors in Gwinnett County. Allison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials.
About damn time, man. You wrap it up already.
That is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 40.
Ziggy.
Looks like what they were hoping.
He says Jews for Trump.
Those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation.
Sinclair says, translation, if we need 40,000 to win 50,000 mail-in ballots at 3 a.m., yeah, it sounds very convoluted to me. Like, I don't know. Like, see, this is where I kind of be agreeing with like Trump. Like, there's clearly something going on. Like you know what I mean? Like little trickery and stuff that's going on here. Like little slick things that try to get done with these like election ballots. It's a lot of trickery going on, if you ask me.
Still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote.
See, my thing, I think all states should play these types of weirdo games. Oh, it's gonna take us a long time. We should all be dragging our feet then, if that's the case. If y'all gonna let one state do it, let all the states do it.
This is to say that
let New York drag their feet. Let all the states drag their feet.
It just means that the system is taking a while, and
New York has like the biggest population. You know, a lot of these other states, they have way bigger populations, and they're not dragging their feet. New York was relatively fast. I think let all these other states drag their feet too.
Update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far we can make calls.
I want to drag my feet with these votes too. Y'all let all these other states drag their feet. Let all these other states drag their feet. We should all be able to drag our feet. We won't know who's president until 2 months later. Let's all do it.
On the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York. Again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it again will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to...
A lot of y'all women got to take some accountability.
Also, Missouri, Nebraska, The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we.
A lot of y'all women got to take accountability. You know, you're laying up with a loser.
We got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary.
Don't want to take care of that kid. You're going to have to take some accountability, women.
Communications Director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both.
Take some accountability.
To ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that
You let Tyrone hop on your bareback. You got to take some accountability.
it's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, you know, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this.
Stop the steal. They're trying. Listen, man, they talking a lot of nonsense in Michigan and all these other states, man. Stop the steal. If you're a Trump supporter, stop the steal. You listen, Trump supporters, you're up right now. You're up right now. Stop the steal. What's with all the weird stuff going on in all these states? Oh, we gotta wait till everybody leaves, open up the votes. Oh, we can't touch those votes later. Oh, it's gonna take us a long time to count the damn votes. Count them. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin. But
Trump just took Georgia.
Winner, this is a big call.
Georgia
on a night.
Georgia.
It's some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 240.
Trump just took Georgia, another battleground state.
For Kamala Harris, it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 200.
The zesty niggas could not get it done tonight. The zesty niggas in Atlanta. We need you to go back home and go cook yourself a hot dog. Put extra mayonnaise on the hot dog. If you're a member of the Zesty Festy and you live in the Metro Atlanta area and you voted for Kamala Harris, I need you to go back home, cook yourself a hot dog, put extra mayonnaise on it. You took an L tonight. You couldn't get it done tonight. You know, you was petrified because of a couple of bomb threats. What you scared about a couple of bomb threats? Go in there and make your vote count. They called in a couple of bomb threats and these zesty niggas in Atlanta, and they said, "Oh no, child. Oh, child. I can't vote tonight, child. I gotta get my nails and my feet done. Ooh, child. You took an L tonight." Wait, Reese says, "I swear, I'm not with these gay folks." Wait, yo, Reese, did you vote though? Did you vote today? Did you vote? Because I know you in the Georgia area. Did you vote though? Did you vote today? Did you see any of that going on in terms of like the bomb threats? There was a lot of bomb threats out there. They said there was a lot of bomb threats to like voting centers and stuff like that. Yeah, let me know if you voted tonight. Let me know if you voted. Yeah, but the zesty community couldn't get it done, man, you know? That was a key state. You know, Georgia was a key state. They were trying to get Georgia and Pennsylvania. Those were the two battleground, like the heavy battleground states that they really wanted, the Democrats. They really want Pennsylvania and they really want Georgia. They lost Georgia. They took an L with Georgia.
They did, you know, and they have this superior organization, most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
You know, I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
Yeah, I hate to interrupt you.
Oh, don't make excuses now. Don't make excuses.
That will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC.
Don't make excuses for Kamala and Joe Biden. Don't make no excuses. You know, especially y'all Democrats. Y'all don't make no excuses now, because y'all was the first ones in the debate. Oh, she did so great in the debate. She killed him in the debate. She's just a better choice. Oh, she has a plan. All the propaganda that the Democrats were running with. Don't cry tears now. Don't make excuses now. Reese says, personally, I didn't see no bomb threats, but I'm also not against LGBT either. Nobody's against the LGBTQ community. Nobody's against the zesty festy. Listen, if you like I'm not talking to you, Reese. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm talking about the zesty festy, the LGBTQ community. But, you know, people of the LGBTQ community, if they like to bounce a hot dog or pounce their chin, man, that's your right, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what you like to do. You like to hop on top of niggas bare back? That's your thing. I ain't stopping you. If you like to cuddle up in bed butt naked with another man and watch the Beef DVD, that's your thing. I ain't stopping you. I ain't mad at you. It's more women for me. I ain't mad. I ain't mad at niggas that do that. If that's what you like to do, that's what you like to do. I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at them, bro. Yeah. I am not mad at them, bro. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, let's be honest. We all got somebody zesty in our family. Like, so I mean, we gotta stop, you know, hating on that. Anybody gotta stop hating on that, because we all got somebody in our family that's part of that community. So we can't hate on that community, because we all got somebody from our family in there, man. Let's be real. Let's be honest.
Pennsylvania, these were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's two other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership, too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again,
let me see something in terms of the electoral votes. Let me just see where Trump is at in terms of electoral votes. Okay, Trump is at 246 right now. He's at 246. Kamala is still at 189. That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Trump is at 246. Kamala's at 189. Let me look at the states that haven't been called yet. Let me give me a second. You got New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. You got Minnesota, Wisconsin. Was that Missouri or Michigan? Yeah, Michigan. And Pennsylvania. Okay. Interesting. That's very interesting. How many electoral votes does PA have again? Let me look that up real quick. Was it like 13 or something like that? Pennsylvania electoral votes. How many electoral votes does Pennsylvania have? Electoral votes. Oh, 19. Okay, they have 19, I think, right? Yeah, they got 19 electoral votes. Wow. That's interesting. Wow. Yeah, man. I don't know, man.
I want to say good evening to all of...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's looking narrow. I mean, I don't know how Kamala like kind of gets out of this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, she would have to win Pennsylvania. There's no way. If she don't win Pennsylvania, it's pretty much over. If Trump gets Pennsylvania, this race is over. But yeah, she would have to win Pennsylvania, of course, and a couple other key states. They're talking as if they're talking as if where Tim Walz is from, they're talking as if Trump may win that one. I don't know, man. This is kind of crazy.
So supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God.
Oh, this is Kamala Harris campaign. Oh, hold on.
Go Harris. Thank you all.
Wait, what this?
Richmond, who is, of course, the coach.
What this Negro say? Hold on. Go back. Oh, go back. Let's go back. This is Kamala Harris's campaign share, whatever. Let's see what he say.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Oh, stop it. Kamala Harris, please don't tell me this is how you're going to take your L. Nah. No. This is how you going to take your L tonight, Kamala? You not even going to show your face? Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on, bro. This is crazy. Hold on.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
This is crazy, y'all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that.
Hold on. Do you guys know what you just heard here? Do you guys know what you just heard here? I think you guys just heard a concession speech just now. Are my ears deceiving me, or did we not just hear a concession speech? Did we not just hear a semi-concession speech?
Oh my God!
Are my ears deceiving me, or did we not just kind of got a concession speech? That was crazy. She's not going to address the people who came out and voted for her and speak to the people? You too good to talk to the people, Kamala? Just because you're down in the votes? Just because you're down in the electoral votes, you're not going to address the people? Oh my! I ain't gonna lie. I kind of feel disrespected, and I didn't even vote for her. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you what you just heard here. You just heard a semi-concession speech. Why the hell she can't address the people tonight? Why the hell she can't address the people? This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts that she's not going to address the people tonight. Just because she's down in I guess, I know what it was. I think Georgia, they were counting on Georgia. Because now she's realizing to win this, it's going to be an uphill battle. Because she's trailing in Pennsylvania. I mean, without Pennsylvania, it's pretty much it's a foregone conclusion. Kamala Harris, I'm disgusted. I mean, I already thought lowly of you, but now I think even lowly of you even more. You can't sit and talk to your constituents, the people that voted for you. Can't show your face because you're down in the electoral votes. This is shameful, if you ask me. This is shameful. Just because she's down.
Not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
You know what it reminded me of? I'm gonna tell you what it reminded me of. I remember during the Trump-Hillary Clinton presidential race, I seen the same thing happen in New York City. Somebody came out and they said, "You will not be hearing from Hillary Clinton tonight. We have a lot of votes to count." It was the same concession speech. A couple hours later, Trump is the new president. I think we heard a concession speech tonight, y'all.
Oh my God!
I think, yo, sit down, Keon. That weirdo, Keon. Yo, sit that nigga down, bro. You're a weirdo, bro. Keon, you're a weirdo. Welcome to the block party, bro. You've been talking a little too spicy in there. Get your little zesty ass out of here. Go back home. Actually, I know you're home right now. You're probably laying on top of your stomach with your heels kicked up. Get your little zesty ass up. Go in the refrigerator. Go warm yourself up a hot dog. Put it in the microwave. Glaze it with a bunch of mayonnaise, and choke on it. You've been talking a little too spicy in that room. I seen you a couple times talking spicy, and I was like, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let it go. You talk a little too spicy in there, my nigga. Go up to the block party. Talking a little too spicy. I see everything. Right? I see everything. Back to what I was saying. Let's get. Yeah, but I think we heard a concession speech, y'all. I think we heard a concession speech because I remember one of Hillary Clinton's aides did the same thing and was like, "Yo, you will not hear from Hillary Clinton tonight. We have a lot of votes to count." It sounds like a concession speech to me. It sounds like a concession. I mean, do y'all think I'm wrong?
He was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Do y'all guys think I'm wrong with that? Did it sound like a concession speech to y'all?
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any ticket splitters in this
ticket splitter, which just brings me right to Hallie. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political
That's
era.
exactly right, because people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin.
Are the Democrats eating crow tonight?
It's because there's a couple of Republicans.
The pantsuit messiah said that she will not address her supporters tonight. Kamala Harris, I don't think you're on the Joe Biden bedtime schedule. I don't think you're on the Joe Biden bedtime schedule. What's going on with you? Is Kamala Harris on the Joe Biden bedtime schedule? Why she got to go to bed so early? Why she can't address the people? You should be able to address your constituents. I don't understand that.
Chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent.
Let's hear from this dude.
What are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well.
We appreciate you too, Sinclair. Clap it up for Sinclair, man. Clap it up. Clap it up for Sinclair. Salute to Sinclair, man. Salute to Sinclair. Always holding me down in the chat.
Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So still out there.
What did I say?
For any concessions, certainly at this point, but I can tell you in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jen O'Malley-Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this.
Get some rest.
Strong tomorrow. So that's effectively where things are at the end.
Get some rest and clear out your desk.
On a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum. They felt like the vibes were on their side. It
Cap.
Clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be.
Oh, you're going back.
That haunted Democrats back in 2016.
You're going back, kicking and dragging.
Defeat Donald Trump.
Kicking and screaming.
Found so many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They have been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags. But as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. For the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of
yeah, you hear that Beyonce playing in the background?
A little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right. Peter, thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Haake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And, of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
I need to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters, man. Listen, we had a lot of Kamala Harris supporters throughout the months, throughout the weeks come through here. I need to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters, bro. You guys, y'all was talking real spicy throughout the weeks, throughout the months. Where are you guys? I want to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters, bro. I think Kamala Harris just did a concession speech. I think Kamala Harris just conceded.
Other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that
there you go. Kamala got New Mexico.
In New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right.
Why Kamala won't talk to the people? You're winning states.
It's a very little.
You're still in this thing, girl.
In the road to 270, Donald Trump at 246. Harris now.
You're still in this thing, girl. Why you won't address the people? Is it past your bedtime like Sleepy Joe? Like, what's going on with you, Kamala?
Hampton County, this is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing.
Yeah, it's taking too damn long with some of these places like Pennsylvania. Like, come on, bro.
On top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the caller.
I'm going to be honest with you. If she lost Georgia, all that zesty black vote out there, she lost all that. It's not going to look good for Pennsylvania then.
County. 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there.
It's a lot of zesty black vote in Georgia, bro.
2.9.
If she lost all of that, I don't know what to tell y'all.
County. This is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out, 69%. He had 51. Biden did in 2020. Trump.
And for Kamala Harris's last day in office, you know what I think Kamala Harris should do for her last day in office? You know what I think she should do? I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm not even joking. Y'all going to think I'm joking. For Kamala Harris's last day, I think she should spend the whole day at the border. I truly believe that. I think her last day in office, she should spend the whole day at the border. Because you ain't been up there the whole damn time. I mean, I don't know what you've been doing this whole time, counting pencils, picking out pantsuits, destroying the economy. You ain't been doing nothing of notoriety. I think she should spend the whole day at the damn border for her last day in office. I really do. I think she should do that.
Underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know.
If
We call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270?
Enrique says, zesty or not, we all want a better quality of life. I agree.
In Pennsylvania tonight as well.
I agree.
We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some.
And make no mistake, there's people in the LGBTQ community. Hold on.
We're going to hear
There's
from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And,
Alaska.
NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands.
They still haven't called Alaska. All right. Now, like I said, keep in mind, y'all, when it comes to the LGBTQ community, make no mistake, man, the people in that community, they vote conservative. We got to stop acting like, everybody that's in that community or in that lifestyle, they're all liberal and like that. Nah, there's conservative LGBTQ people. So just because, you see people in that community, don't assume that they all liberal and, nah, a lot of them are conservative. A lot of them are conservative in their values, conservative in their views, conservative in their economics, conservative on immigration, so don't be confused with that. That's a fact.
County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the vote, and she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, maybe more than that.
I don't see Kamala winning this thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see Kamala winning this thing.
The big Democratic county. So
like it's, like I said, Pennsylvania is the nail in the coffin, but. Yeah, man, I don't see it, man.
And Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha, slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in. Overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the Bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie. Again, slightly overperforming, guys. So as we study this map.
It is a circus.
Let me go to some of the Democratic
circus.
strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So, look, it's a slight drop.
I want to talk to the Kamala Harris supporters. That's who I want to talk to. Like, because I've been talking to Trump supporters for so long. I want to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters. I want to know how you guys are feeling, to be honest with you.
We're watching SOC. This is one of those bellwethers, 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago.
I want to know how you guys were feeling. Like I ain't gonna lie. I want to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters tonight.
166 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her.
I already know how the Trump supporters are feeling tonight.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign.
Reese, I agree, Reese. I think that the Obama. Let me speak to some things that I think that kind of messed up Kamala in this whole presidential race. I think that Obama, them bringing Obama whatever dungeon they got him out of, I think that was a bad idea. I think when they got Obama, they should have given him a script. They allowed him to just say whatever he want and do whatever he want, criticizing black men and chastising him. That wasn't smart. How about this? Do y'all remember this? Remember when Joe Biden put on the Trump hat? Y'all remember when let's play that video, actually. Let's play that video. Let's play the video of Joe Biden, because I think that this was a terrible mistake as well. When they let Joe Biden put on that Trump hat, that was the optics of that was crazy. And if you ever seen that clip, the old guy that he's like having a dialogue with, he's like kind of sunning. He tried to sun Joe Biden. He was sunning him. Y'all remember this clip? Let's play this. This it right here? Yeah, this needs to sit right here.
You gonna autograph it?
He gonna tell Joe, are you gonna autograph the hat? You gonna autograph? He tried to sun Joe Biden. He tried to sun him. Y'all remember this clip though? Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right, yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, this straight was crazy, bro. This old white man.
I'll give you my presidential hat. Presidential seal on it. You gonna autograph it?
Are you gonna autograph it? He was sunning Joe Biden. Are you gonna autograph it? Watch how this old white man was trying to sun Joe Biden. He was sunning him.
Sure, I'll autograph it.
Sure, I'll autograph it.
There you go, man.
Oh no, they edited it. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
That hat. You want my autograph? Hell no.
He said the old white man said, "You want my autograph?" He was sunning him, and then Joe Biden, he tried to hit him with a jab. Hell no, I don't want your damn autograph. Which was kind of disrespectful. Like you kind of he tried to sun him back or whatever. Let's continue.
You know my name. Come on. I ain't going that far. Yeah.
Look, watch how he puts on the hat.
There you go.
He puts on the hat. Well, come on, Joe Biden. You know damn well that was not a smart move. to put on the Trump hat? Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, these were like nails in the coffin for her. Biden putting on the Trump hat. Obama criticizing black men when black men already have a lot of resentment towards Barack Obama in the Barack Obama years. These were all bad moves politically. Why would you put on a damn Trump hat, Biden? That's like the most stupidest thing. All of the things Biden has said about Trump. He's a fascist. Oh, he's this, he's that. All the bad things, but you put on the man's hat. Why? You should have known that the optics of that was going to look crazy. You should have known that the optics would have been, and it was everywhere. It was on every newspaper. It was on every ad, every news clipping and article. So they clapping it up for him.
Hey, I'm proud of you now.
So he tried to son him. I'm proud of you now. Called him an old fart. This was a bad look, man. This was a bad look. This was a bad look. This was a bad look for the campaign. And I know Kamala and the people close to her were like, yo, what is Joe doing? He's messing this up for us. What is he doing? Now Kamala Harris supporters, they looking like this right now.
Donald J. Trump is
Kamala Harris supporters, they looking like this right now.
now President of the United States. President
They looking like this right now.
For the first time ever anywhere, the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for y'all, man. It's not looking good. You know, Kamala made a lot of mistakes, man. Made a lot of mistakes. Another mistake, not sitting down and doing a long form interview. That was a huge mistake that she made. Never sitting down and having a long form interview and formally introducing us to her. Letting us know what she believes in, what she stands for, what her morals stand. That was another nail in the coffin for her. Yeah, man. She's made a lot of errors. Her campaign has made a lot of, and Joe Biden and Barack Obama, they also sabotaged her. They absolutely did.
Decided let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a prediction on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration.
Where are the Kamala Harris supporters? I don't see you guys tonight. You guys have been coming in here for a hot minute. Where are the Kamala Harris supporters? I want to speak to you guys tonight. Please come forward. Come forward. We want to speak to you guys tonight. Remember, you're not talking like if you're talking to me, you're not talking to a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I want to talk to the Kamala Harris supporters tonight. I want to hear from you guys tonight.
Strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he
I
also
don't know why they hiding tonight. They hiding, you know, they in the closets. They hiding underneath the bed, you know. They hiding. I don't know why they hiding tonight. I don't know why the Kamala Harris supporters are hiding tonight. What's going on with y'all?
Like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track.
Sarah, are you a Kamala supporter? Sarah says, "Oh boy, keep your plane ticket. A lot of people got to go. Bye bye. Oh no, you rocking with Trump. Never mind. Yeah, you rocking with Trump. Never mind. It sounds like you're in support of the immigration. Grabbing up people and sending them back home. Nah, yeah, Sarah, she's rocking with Trump. Yeah, I want to speak to the Kamala supporters. Joshua said it seems they are all kind of hush hush. Yeah, why are the Kamala Harris supporters so quiet tonight?
Fire! 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 Fire!
Why are they quiet? Why are they quiet? I want to speak to the Kamala Harris supporters, man. They were feeling really good. They had a lot of highs, man. They were feeling good during the Beyonce speech. They felt good after the debate. They were feeling good a lot of times, man. I want to hear from them tonight. I don't know why they're hiding. I don't want to speak to y'all. I want to speak.
We're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third party candidate, Green Party candidate, Jill Stein has 22%.
Anybody vote for Jill Stein?
Go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza. Back in the primary, we've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration, with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results.
Reese says, as a Latino, we were living good under Trump.
So they voted, or round voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to
Reese, what did you? I know you're not Puerto Rican, Reese. I know you're not Puerto Rican, but how did you feel about the quotes about? I know Trump didn't say it neither. It was actually somebody. It was like a comedian at one of the Trump rallies or whatever. But how did you feel? Oh, Enrique as well, because both of you guys are Hispanic. How did y'all feel about the quote about Puerto Ricans and stuff like that? And I know both of you are not Puerto Rican, but I'm just asking because you guys are Latino. That's why I'm asking that. How did you guys feel about those comments?
Nevada moving from too early to call to too close to call, and they're counting fast. They're set.
Wow, Nevada is close now?
Too close to call in the Western Battleground.
Wow.
Let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican.
Nevada is close now. That's crazy. I'm thinking Nevada was like Democratic blue. I must be mistaken. I must be mistaken. Damn.
It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the Battleground County. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can...
Reese says, Enrique says, it didn't bother me because it was a comedian who said it. That's true. Reese says, Tony Hitchcliffe. I've been watching his show. You talking about something else? Was that the comedian? Was that the comedian that said the joke, Reese? Was it Tommy Hitchcliffe or whatever? Was that the comedian? Really? I don't know his name. I don't know the comedian's name. Tony Hitchcliffe, right? I gotta look that up. Tony Hitchcliffe. Was that the comedian that made the joke? I don't know. I don't know the guy's name. Okay, so yeah, I guess that was it. Yeah, that was him. Yeah. Yeah, that was him. Yeah. Oh shit. I didn't know his name. I didn't know the guy's name. Well, listen, both of you guys say that you didn't feel a way about it. Oh, I didn't feel a way about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. As a black man, hear me out, as a black man that grew up in a community and all of my friends were Puerto Rican and Dominican, I felt offended. As a black man, as a foundational black man that grew up in a Puerto Rican and Dominican neighborhood and all my friends were Puerto Rican and Dominican, I felt offended. But I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to leave that there, though. I'm going to leave that there.
Really only 2 population centers.
I'm not Puerto Rican either, Reese. I'm not Puerto Rican.
Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see
I'm not Puerto Rican either.
over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which.
Absolutely. I felt offended.
I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how.
Thank you, Sinclair. Sinclair says, side note, True, congrats on the 14,000 subscribers. You're killing it. It's a wild ride. Thank you, Sinclair. I appreciate that.
On whether we will hear from the former president.
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach, and he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight, and it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach.
Trump
this ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status,
Trump had to respect. Trump still wants to speak to the people tonight. I respect it. I respect it.
Declared victory in 2020.
Reese says 14,000 is crazy. Congrats. Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
What are you going to say?
I was going to say
Reese, I'm at 200 small numbers to the OGs.
about how he
Gotta hop on live, man. Yo, Reese, I think know what you should do, Reese? You should do lives where you make beats, because I see a lot of beat producers do that, where they just hop on live and they make beats. You should do lives where you make beats, bro. I don't know if you ever heard of what's that producer's name? Damn. He makes like Chief Keef type beats. What's that nigga name, bro? I don't know his name. I forgot his name. But he make like Chief Keef type of beats, and he just goes lives and make beats, bro. He just does it in real time, you know what I mean? I think you should do that, bro. You should do that.
Him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled.
Nah, not Metro. It's not Metro.
They felt confident in his path he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message.
He makes like Chief Keef type beat. He's not like he hasn't like worked with Chief Keef directly, but he makes like Chief Keef type beats.
But describe this as a broken country and said it would be important.
Yeah, man, you got to get on live and just make beats like in real time. You know? That would be dope. That's like a dope concept to do.
He and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
It's like leaky or something. That is. Kamala Harris supporters, how are you feeling out there? How are you feeling, man? I want to know, man. You know, I know. A lot of y'all, you had your fish dinners, you're laid out. You got the red velvet cake. You had the champagne. You know, a lot of black women. You know, you got you got your little Fashion Nova dress on. You got your red bottoms on. You thought you was gonna see the first, black female president. You know. Pseudo black female president. Let me know, man. I want to know how y'all feeling out there.
Fire! 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 Fire!
You like emo girls, Reese? I like emo girls too, man. I've never met one though. I've never met. Well, actually, I have met one. Yeah, I like emo girls, but I do like emo girls though. You got a couple bad ones out there. We ain't got not one Kamala Harris supporter in here. That's crazy, bro. Not one. They probably in here, but just probably in the back. They probably just like, just watching from the clouds. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Sarah says, well, they can always give it to the homeless. She will not be wearing for new suits. Yeah, I think Kamala Harris should donate some of her pantsuits. How many of y'all think Kamala Harris should donate her pantsuits? She's probably went through at least 1,000 pantsuits. She should donate some of them pantsuits. You're not going to be needing them. It's going to be sweatpants and I don't know. I don't know what Kamala Harris wears on her downtime, but you're not going to need the pantsuits anymore. You know?
Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play.
She should donate her pantsuits. I'm in favor of her donating those pantsuits. Listen, there's a lot of black girls that's going through law school that could use those pantsuits. You know, there's a lot of black girls that are in business school. You know, that could use those pantsuits. There's a lot of young black girls in corporate America that could use those pantsuits. You know, I think Kamala Harris should do something good for once and, allow a couple black women to get those pantsuits. You know, they could use those.
At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of... You want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare her to 4 years ago. But again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County. But she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County.
The polls have been closed on the East Coast for at least 4 hours now. Like, at least 4 to 5 hours. Like, come on, bro. Like, I understand. Anything on the West Coast, I understand. Like, anything on the West Coast that they're trying to call, I understand because, you know, it closed not too long ago. But any East Coast cities like Pennsylvania and stuff like that, like, come on, bro. I should have called this by now, man.
To Navajo, 53. He's at 61 still. Half the votes out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how...
Yo, Reese, you're Mexican, right, Reese? Yo, what's a dope? Because I was asking Enrique. I was asking him, what's like a cool place to go in Mexico. I went to Cancun. Cancun is like a, you know, it's a tourist, not tourist, but well, yeah, tourist. It's like a tourist spring break type of place to go. I don't really want to go back to Cancun. I'm gonna go back eventually, but I'm not trying to go back, you know, anytime soon. What's another place in like Mexico that I could go, bro? Because I was asking Enrique. He was telling me about I don't know how to pronounce it. I know what it looks like, but I don't know how to pronounce the name of the city. Like, what's a dope spot to go in Mexico, man? Because I do want to go back to Mexico, but I don't necessarily know what's like a great spot to go, stuff like that.
For them, this is a little tough right now, but again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County.
Mexico City. I am biased, but Mexico City is still pretty balanced. Okay. Mexico. I did see Mexico City on the flight list. Okay. Mexico City. I'm about to check that out, man.
Sort of a majority, all of Clark County in,
Mexico
or at least 90% in. In Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state, neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is.
So it's not a lot of cartel people out there? Not too much cartel, but still pretty cultural. Okay. Well, I'm not looking for a brick of cocaine, so I'm looking to avoid the cartel, if anything, you know. I'm not looking for any cocaine or anything like that. Hold on.
One, they turned.
After the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it. But to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Well, and that, I think...
So you got chewed out?
You got chewed out.
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
Lines on that one.
Yes, we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah.
Well,
Look at how much respect Trump has for his constituents. He's still going to talk to his people, bro. Kamala Harris, she said, "Nah, I ain't got time for y'all, man. I'm gonna go ahead and go back home to my pantsuits."
Somebody wanted to come after him in an attempted assassination. Again, they'd have to shoot through.
She says, screw them black women at Howard University. You got to think, those black girls at Howard University, they excited to see the first female black president. They didn't put on their best outfit, girl. We about to see Kamala win, girl. Oh, Beyonce may come out. Ooh, girl. They was probably so excited to hear Kamala talk, and she just curved them like, nah, bitch, I'm going home. How? When are we gonna call out Kamala Harris's funky attitude? She has a funky attitude, bro. A funky attitude. Nobody's gonna call out Kamala's funky attitude. Like, if it was me, this is just me. If it was me, if my alma mater was Howard University, and it was a bunch of young black men that wanted to see me take office, and let's say I was down. Let's say I was down like how she's down right now, and it's not looking good. I still would have showed my face. I would have let them black men know, like, listen, man, we still in this race. We still in here. I'm a holler at y'all tomorrow. We'll be back. I'm going to show my face, and I'm going to at least talk to them. Like, I'm not going to just send one of my flunkies out there and tell them, hey, she ain't coming out tonight. That was some BS, man. Can we call it out? That was some BS. That was some BS, bro. That was some BS. Show your face. Let the young black girls know that, you know, you're still in this and you're going to see them tomorrow, and, keep democracy alive, and, whatever you want to tell them, bro. But I thought it was kind of disrespectful to the young black girls at Howard University, man. They wanted to see her tonight. They wanted to you know, have a good time, play some Beyonce. You know, it's supposed to be a great evening, but you know, Kamala and her funky attitude, she was like, "Nah, I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home. It's me and Sleepy Joe's bedtime." Like it's nonsense, if you ask me.
Lauder, you were there. You know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then.
Listen to the Democrats licking boots. They already talking about Trump. Trump didn't even get to 270 yet, and they already licking boots, talking about his speech, his acceptance speech, his coronation speech.
Not done. It's something only one president, Republican president, has done this century.
These Democrats are something else, man.
And what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it, you know, the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into in some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would
Something
go?
else, man.
You have, what, 8 months to
Something
get something
else.
done before they start running for re-election? No, I mean, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interests for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have to be your.
What the hell? What's going on?
Democrats will have.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on.
Kamala Harris supporters, where you at?
Remember when Trump got elected last time, he had the House.
Stop hiding.
He had all three. And there was, you know, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, you know, he didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault. As opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order. And I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
I haven't took a look at the electoral votes. Take a look at the electoral votes because I'd seen Kamala's. She's at 250. She's at what is it, like 214 or something like that? Let me take a look at the electoral votes. Oh, that's actually not right. Oh shit! What's going on with the Shade Room? I saw that on the Shade Room. Don't get your political news from the Shade Room. Get it from NBC or Fox News or any other credible source. Right now the score is 246 Trump. Kamala Harris has 194 electoral votes. They both need 270 to win. Trump is closer. I think I just seen Kamala did win New Hampshire, which was expected. Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yes, and more. You know, Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. So that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for.
Nah, I don't have a filter on. Does it look like I have a filter on? Nah, I don't have one though, or I shouldn't have one on. I didn't put one on here. I don't know.
Check. On the other hand, they also.
I think my light went out. One of my ring lights went out, and I had to go swing around and turn it back on. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that.
Let me ask y'all this question, right? Let me ask y'all this question. Would Joe Biden have done better? We have to really ask ourselves that question. Would Joe Biden have done better? I think possibly Joe Biden. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, everybody's clowning him, his mental instability and stuff like that. But you know, I mean, she's down right now, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good in any other key She, like, at this point, she pretty much lost all the battleground states that she was supposed to win. Pennsylvania is her last hope. Pennsylvania is the last hope.
Hispanics are. This is
she?
Corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And then I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number. 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving and we'll sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco. 62%, 61%, you know, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris under.
We got to stop going back to the Biden. Like, let's focus on tonight, man.
5% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was a Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was Clinton County.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this was the only collar county.
I don't understand why it's taking so long.
Republicans thought they had a chance
to get these East Coast Democratic. Well, these East Coast places, like, to count it. I don't understand. Polls have been closed for 4 or 5 hours, bro. Come on, bro. Let's count the votes and go home already.
Does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks. You see more of sort of that blue-collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better you know, in some of those rural places, he, you know, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, you know, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew
Biden, Obama. I mean, come on, bro. Why we keep going back? We're going back 14 years at this point.
Area. Yes.
Can we focus on tonight?
But Biden really.
What did Kamala do wrong?
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
Let's focus on what Kamala did wrong.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
Joe Biden, he's in bed right now.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
He probably got a little dunce cap on with his pajamas on.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
Kamala Harris was like, man, I'm not gonna sit here and talk to these these nigga gals. I'm gonna go home and get some sleep.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
I lost this thing. I'm gonna go home and get some shut eye.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
I gotta iron my pantsuits for tomorrow.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
You've been ironing your pantsuits for the last 4 years.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
You so focused on ironing your pantsuits for tomorrow.
Oh, Pyro, you going to bed, nigga.
That he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think
Sinclair, you know good and well, the lesser charge guard.
when he decides to step.
The lesser charge guard, Leonard, wasn't gonna get a single solitary human to vote for Kamala. He's not respected in the community like that. He's not respected in the community. Like, you know, the Breakfast Club, like, let's be honest, the Breakfast Club is not as influential as it once was. Like, back in the day, people used to really tune into the Breakfast Club. People don't really watch the Breakfast Club like that anymore. It's not a place to go. Like, it's too many other podcasts and other, you know, platforms that are doing way better and that's more influential. But yeah, man, it's like, you know, when it comes to Charlemagne, he wasn't gonna flip any votes, man. Nobody takes him serious. Nobody cares about what he thinks or what his political values are. This is a man. He's a damn hypocrite, if you want to be honest. Charlemagne is a hypocrite because you sit on your platform talking about mental wellness, and mental health. And, you know, you sit on your platform and you disrespect people every day. You give them donkeys of the day. You're clowning Drake every 5 minutes. Like, he's a damn hypocrite. Hold on, they got a projection. Hold on.
Underperforming, right?
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral.
Trump just picked up Nebraska.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58%.
Trump just picked up Nebraska.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one in the Omaha adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well, I think.
Come on now. If they could count votes in Nebraska, they should be able to count some damn votes in Pennsylvania.
The magic 270 that would put him over the...
Hold on. Let me see where Trump is at in terms of this. Yeah, but, you know, in terms of the lesser charge Leonard, I mean, nobody gives a damn about lesser charge Leonard. Nobody was taking him serious. Like, you know, talking about, oh, we're going to vote for Kamala. Like, he's another Democratic bootlicking Negro. Clearly they paid him off, too. They gave him some type of check. He's a clown. Did you see Charlemagne say he's, oh my goodness, Charlemagne said he's more popular than Joe Rogan? He really said that? Yeah, he's delusional. He's delusional. Joe Rogan carries a podcast by himself. He don't need a DJ Envy and a Just Hilarious. He sits there and talks to the guests by himself, and he does it on his own. And Charlemagne has failed show after failed show after failed show. Like, no, like, come on, bro. The only thing Charlemagne got is Breakfast Club. Yeah, he's delusional. He's delusional. Like, you know what I mean? Like when Joe Rogan gave the endorsement for Trump, like that actually mattered. Like, and you see how Joe Rogan didn't just come out and say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Like, he waited a while. He was like, I'm gonna sit on it for a little while. I'm gonna probably announce it later. That nigga Charlemagne, he was tap dancing for Kamala. He was tap dancing, shoe shining, warming up the beds in the Democratic big house. It's like, damn, Negro. Damn, like he didn't even wait. He could at least wait a while. It may mean something, when you finally announce that you're voting for Kamala, it may mean more. That's what Joe Rogan did. He waited a while, and then, when Trump needed that extra boost of the Joe Rogan, followers and supporters, he gave him that extra boost. Charlemagne, he just tap dancing. Yeah, just tap dancing, shucking and jiving for Kamala Harris. Pitiful.
Seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his fourth term in the
Charlemagne. I don't want to talk too crazy because he is known to send cease and desist. But listen, man, if you look at some of the things he's done in the past, whether it be admitting to drugging women. He admitted it. He admitted to drugging women before. If you look at that, if you look at how he talked about, oh yeah, this particular female celebrity got up and I sniffed the seat. Like, who does that? You sound like a sexual deviant, bro. You don't have no respect for your guests. Like, as soon as a female celebrity guest leaves, you're sniffing the seat. Like, that's not somebody that I would want to be around or bring somebody around. Like a weirdo that does something like that. Like, you bring, like, keep in mind, hypothetically, let's say you had a friend, right? You know your friend is a little bit weird or whatever, but you have a friend. He's your friend regardless, and you bring around a girl. I'm talking like to the guys in here. You bring around a girl and maybe a couple of her friends. So you bring around a girl and a couple of her friends, and then you go to his house, and you bring them over. Y'all chilling, y'all having a good time. The girl sit down somewhere, cute girl, one of the cute girls you're with. She sit down somewhere, and then as soon as she get up, she walks to the bathroom. He goes straight to that seat that she sat down, starts sniffing it. Like, dog, you're a deviant. You're a weirdo. And once a girl sees something like that, or a dude peeps something like that, I'm not going to want to bring no girls around you if you moving like that. You sniffing seats when girls get up. Like, you're a deviant, bro. You're a weirdo. Don't bring no women around you. Like, ain't no women safe around you doing stuff like that. That's the type of stuff that he was doing. He was a deviant, bro. He was doing a lot of deviant stuff, and he was admitting doing the deviant stuff. And they still keep him on Breakfast Club, and they still keep him on all these other places, and give him celebratory butter biscuits. But it's like, dog, like you're just a Democratic bootlicking Negro. That's all he is, man. To be honest.
2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out.
Charlemagne is a weirdo.
Awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump.
Lesser charge Leonard, the lesser charge guard.
Glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not.
So they're already calling the race.
Philadelphia crunches those numbers, and the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right.
They're already calling the race. at the Democratic, at the Trump headquarters, they're already calling the race.
Oh my God!
They already calling this thing.
Controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump.
Isn't a mongoloid like one of those it's like a deformed it's like a deformed. Let me be careful with my verbiage here, but it's like it's almost all right. Let me leave it alone because I think I know what you're talking about, Sinclair. I know what you're talking about because I've looked that term up before. I want to be careful with the verbiage, though. You got to be careful with the verbiage, like because the YouTube picks up on all that types of stuff. So let me be careful.
Big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. So you saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK.
Yeah, but the Trump headquarters, they're already calling this thing. They're calling it already.
Fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials.
Obama-based God by Little B. I've heard that song already.
Look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also.
I was a huge Little B fan. I used to listen to Little B all the time. Obama-based. I've heard that song before.
We've called so far.
I don't remember how it sounds off of my head, but I definitely heard it before.
Gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Hake at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance. And in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no.
Zed Ziggy, I want to know why Kamala couldn't talk to her constituents. I'm still trying to figure that out. Like, my thing is this, even though win, lose, or draw, like, all right, let's take it to like professional sports, right? When LeBron James loses a game, he still has to talk to the press. When Patrick Mahomes loses a game, he still got to talk to the press, bro. You got to talk to your constituents. You got to talk to the people that came out here to support you, came out here to watch you, You got to talk to these people, bro. Win, lose, or draw. That's okay. You don't have to concede. She don't have to concede tonight. I'm not saying she had to concede tonight, but you got to at least show your face, talk to the people, and say, listen, we're gonna come back tomorrow. I'm gonna talk to you guys. I want you guys to keep your spirits high. We're gonna count every vote. We're gonna count every vote. We're gonna bring this thing home. Like, just try to keep the energy up. Like it's like she's like too good to even address her constituents. I don't like that. Yeah, it's like she's too good to address her constituents. I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. I thought that was very distasteful, very disrespectful to the young black girls that were at that were there, that wanted to see her speak. Like, I thought that was very disrespectful.
Until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw.
That was disrespectful. That was disrespectful. There was probably a lot of young black girls that was excited. Of course, they probably voted. They wanted to see, to their delusion, the first female black president. I mean, it was something, for them to be excited. I heard that they was playing. I heard it in the background. They was playing Beyonce in the background. Like, it was a moment for them, bro. And Kamala, just because she got this little funky attitude.
Oh, Powell, you going to bed, nigga.
She got a little funky attitude because she's down in the polls.
Oh, Powell, you going to bed, nigga.
Yeah, screw those black girls. Screw them. I'm going home to iron my pantsuits. I don't care. One of her aides, hey, Kamala, won't you just talk to them? Just talk to them and tell them you'll be back tomorrow. I don't care. I'm going home to iron my pantsuits. So distasteful. So I'm not turning that light back. That light keeps turning off. I'm not turning it back on. Got this cheap ass ring light, keeps turning off. I don't know what's going on.
As we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail. His son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. And both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat.
Nah, but listen, it's okay for LeBron to walk off in an interview. He still showed up though. He still showed his face. He still answered, maybe 2 or 3 questions and bounced. She didn't even show up to the press conference. She didn't show up to the post-game interview. She didn't even do that. So, I mean, I don't think it's comparable because you're talking about LeBron walking off. He probably got asked a question he didn't want to answer and he walked off, but he still showed up. He still showed his face. He still answered 2 or 3 questions. He still showed up. Kamala Harris didn't even show up.
You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to.
Kamala Harris is at the White House right now in her pajamas watching Friends with a big tub of Ben and Jerry's right now.
Or HHS, yes.
Don't no. Times you gonna dinner late. She's home right now watching Friends with a big tub of Ben and Jerry's, cookies and cream. She look like a cookies and cream type of girl. Yeah, man, she ain't, she ain't fooling nobody. She probably got her pantsuit laid out for tomorrow. Got the pantsuit laid out, got it creased out and laid out for tomorrow.
People who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks. All of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only...
Hey, Reese, are you one of those types of guys that ask girls, where my hug at? Let me know.
Unconsecutive.
Are you one of those guys that be like, where my hug at?
President Mike Pence is thinking.
Were you ever, be honest, Reese, be honest. In your high school years or your college year, were you ever one of those types of niggas that was like, where my hug at? Were you ever one of those types of niggas?
Standpoint, I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American.
Were you ever one of those where my hug at type niggas, man?
Area where they are in agreement.
I want to know.
Policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to...
Middle school?
how to communicate with him, and also where
my hug at. That's crazy.
This is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation, but there's only one person who put their name on the line. And
Kamala Harris, she got the Ben and Jerry right now. I'm telling y'all, she got the Ben and Jerry with the big spoon.
It's the military.
Double dipping.
We have a civilian-controlled military in the United States.
The cookies and cream.
There is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership.
No bib. No napkins.
in the military.
Extra messy.
And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military.
She's watching Friends right now. Reruns of Friends.
Sometimes.
No, 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 no.
Because
Friends and Seinfeld.
Strong leaders in our military.
On repeat.
Come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military.
Reese says now you can't even talk to. I disagree, Reese. I disagree. You know what it is, Reese? You got to get away from your surroundings, bro. That's what it really. That's what I realized. Cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. After getting away from my surroundings, cause I live in New York, bro. And like the women in New York, they're aggressive. Like they're masculine aggressive. Like I said, I broke this down earlier today. There's feminine aggressive and there's masculine aggressive. And I find that women in New York are masculine aggressive. It's not the type of aggressiveness that men want. Like we don't want women that are masculine aggressive. Like we want women that are feminine aggressive, that, are, that kind of like, embrace their femininity, embrace their womanhood, embrace what makes them a woman, and be aggressive about it. And I think sometimes, when it comes to, because I do hear a lot of young men say you can't talk to women now and the women in this generation and yada, yada, yada. I think a lot of y'all just need to get away from your surroundings. It don't have to be you going to another country or anything like that. I think it's just your surroundings. You gotta get away from your town. Go take a trip to another state. Maybe another country. But I think sometimes it just you gotta readjust, get away from the women in your environment and kind of embrace and experience like different women in different areas and different places, bro. Because it's not like that everywhere. It's like however the women are that where you're at, they're all not like that. If you go other places, they're all not gonna be like that. Like if I took a trip to a trip to in Georgia where you at, they're not going to be like the women in New York. If I take a trip to Virginia, they're not going to be like the women in Atlanta. It's women are different everywhere, bro. Sometimes you just got to get away from your surroundings and just just to readjust almost, if you ask me.
For example, and so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which
Reese says women in America want to be men now. That is true. That is true, but I mean, every woman in America is not like, every woman in you can't generalize every woman in America, because every woman in America are not the same. There's a lot of women that don't want to be men. They want to be feminine and they want to be woman-like, but it's indicative of you to find them. I don't agree with that. I don't think that every woman in America wants to be a man. I think that maybe you're looking in the wrong places. Maybe hold on, they got a projection here.
NBC News can now project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front, difference of 188,000.
Donald Trump just won Pennsylvania.
Vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
Trump has 266 votes.
Over there.
It's essentially over.
Yeah.
It's essentially over.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still have...
It's essentially over.
Or Michigan as well. But
it's essentially over.
NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage.
It's essentially over, ladies and gentlemen. Trump is your new president. Essentially over. It's over. That because Pennsylvania was the only way she was going to stay in the fight. Pennsylvania was the only way she was going to stay into this fight. That was the only way she was going to stay in this fight. Without Pennsylvania, it's over. She can't win this. It's over. I want to hear from the Kamala Harris supporters, man. You guys been quiet all night. Hold on.
In Republican hands, Democrats.
Let's get back to what we was talking about, Reese, in terms of women wanting to be men, though. That was a good topic. In terms of women wanting to be men, I disagree, man. I think that there's feminine women in America, bro. There are. It's just that maybe you're not looking in the right places for them. Maybe you're not meeting them. Maybe the girls that are feminine the way you like them to be. But they exist, man. They definitely exist. It's just that me personally, I think you need to get out of your surroundings, bro. Because I think getting out of your surroundings will make you readjust and make you rethink about how you think women are acting in America or acting in general. I think you need to readjust, bro. That's what I ain't gonna lie. That's what I think. You know. Cause I ain't gonna lie, when I get out of New York, when I go to like Virginia, when I go to like North Carolina, when I go to other countries, it's a different type of vibe with women. It's not the same type of vibe. Like the vibe with women in New York is like, you know, I'm kind of used to it. So I'm kind of used to the you know, the bustle, the hustle and bustle of it. But when you go like to other different places and stuff like that, you experience different women in different places. You start realizing like, you know, every woman ain't like, you know, like that. Every woman ain't like masculine or trying to be like a man. It's just more so just maybe I'm just tired of the women in my area. Yeah, man, that's how I think though. Somebody Sarah says, "Oh, they very very mad and packed up and went home. Bye." Reese says, why you delete it so fast, Reese? I wanted to read it, man." Yeah, you're right, Sarah. They did pack it up. They packed it up, man. They packed it up.
Read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed, and so
it's over. I mean, the race is over. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's nothing Kamala could do to win this at this point. There's nothing she could do. It's over. You know, Trump will be the 40, not the 46th, but the 47th president of America. He will be the 47th president. It's a foregone conclusion at this point. Don't say that, Reese. Don't say that, Reese. I'm gonna delete that for you. Hold on, bro. Let me remove that for you, bro. Just stop it, bro. I'm gonna remove that for you, bro. Don't talk like that, bro. Come on, bro. You're a young man. You got a lot to live for, man. Don't talk like that, bro. You're a young man. You got a lot to live for, man. Don't talk like that, bro. Don't even let that enter your head or enter your psyche, bro. You're a young man. You got a lot to live for, bro. You got a lot to live for. You got a lot of life to look forward to. How old are you, Reese? What are you, like 20, 25 or 26, something like that, man? You're a young man, bro. You got a lot to be thinking about at your age, bro. Like, bro, you're wilding. Talking about what you're talking about. Nigga, how old are you, Reese? What are you, like 26, 27? Please don't say 300. Don't say 300. I remember that last time hit me with that in the DM, man. How old are you for real? What is your age? Yeah, man, you're 25. Yeah, you're a young man, bro. You got a lot to, you know. I think you're too old to be emo. Emo, like being emo, like your emo years are supposed to be late teens to like, I'm gonna let you ride into 21. Late teens to 21, those are your emo years. 25, nigga, you need to find yourself a wife and start a family. Your emo years are behind you. Okay. You ain't got time to be emo, bro. You're 25. 5 more years, you'll be 30, bro. You ain't got time to be emo, bro. Keep it a buck. You'll be 30 in 5. You'll be 30 in 5 years, Reese. You don't got time to be emo, bro. You need to be thinking about. There's gonna be more things important in life. Reese says, "Why would someone marry a lame, bro? Like, you're not a lame, bro. How are you a lame, bro? How are you a lame? How? Listen, man. There's a lot of people doing a lot worse than you in life. Trust me. There's a lot of people doing a lot worse in life, bro. You're not a lame, bro. It's all in your head, man. It's all in your head. There's a lot of people doing worse than you. Trust me. Sinclair says, my neighbor Crazy Larry just set off fireworks. Set them off, set them off, man. Let's go. I think that this is an appropriate time to set off fireworks. I also think that this is an appropriate time to finally learn how to pronunciate Kamala's name. How can anybody tell me how you pronunciate her name? This is an appropriate time to finally pronunciate her name. Because after tonight, we're never gonna have to speak about her name again. Yeah, bro, take it into consideration, bro. You're definitely too old to be emo. Sinclair, would you agree? Is 25 too old to be emo? I think 25 is too old to be emo. Like when I went to school, like emos, like they were young, and they probably kept being emo until like 21, 22. At a certain point, you got to put the emo stuff down, bro. Your emo years are your late teens to maybe early 20. 25, bro, you got a lot. You got a lot more stuff to think about, bro. Trust me. 25, 5 more years, you'll be 30. I mean, come on, bro. You ain't got time to be emo. Somebody says way too old. That's a fact. 25 is too old to be emo, Reese. You got to put that down. Just be a fly Hispanic nigga that make beats, man. You'll be better off like that, man. Life will be a lot easier. You're too old to be emo, bro. We can't let that ride, bro. We can't let that happen, man. We can't let that happen. Got to put that down.
There at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day.
Yeah, Trump is at 266, man. 266. It's over. The race is over.
Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains ambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
Yeah, the new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump.
It's technically over. It's technically over. It's technically over.
The Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us.
Are y'all trying to stay put for the? It's getting kind of late. It's like 2 a.m.
You know, newly minted White House.
I'll stick around for Trump to get the 270, but I don't know about the speech.
And to them, or would they bend to him?
Especially if Trump going to do some hour speech, I'm not sticking around for that.
Teams, if this
it's almost 2:30, yeah.
this will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all.
Yeah, Reese is wilding. Reese talking about he want to be emo at 25, bro. Like, bro, that's too old to be emo.
Campaign that Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump.
When you're 25, you need to be focused on, a career.
This is Mike Rogers.
Starting a family.
From Michigan, who at a certain point.
Possibly marriage.
Himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment.
Definitely not being emo.
Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that his seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he.
You know what being emo is almost like? It's like almost like trying to like joining a gang at 25. You shouldn't join a gang at 25. Like there's people people from the hood that they'll join gangs at later in life. Like if you didn't join a gang at in your formative years, like when you were in your teenage years. It's like, dog, like, what are you trying to relive?
Critics, I might.
And the whole emo thing is like, dog, like, you got to kind of come out that emo.
Be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and people with a lot of influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis.
If you was turning emo for a girl, I could understand, because I ain't gonna lie, it'd be like some bad emo chicks. I ain't gonna lie, it'd be some bad emo chicks. But if you was turning emo for a girl, I mean, let's say the girl was like 21 and she's like still on her emo stuff, and you were like, yo, I'm gonna turn emo for my emo girl. I could understand, because I could be like, all right, you doing it for your chick. Now, I mean, she's still in her emo phase. I would say, you know what, go ahead and do that. But if you just trying to be a single emo nigga,
governable,
I can't condone that. I can't condone that.
Very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action, because Donald Trump has laid out a lot.
I can't condone that.
It does. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn that.
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So
Yeah.
budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's.
Don't disrespect Reese, Jess. He didn't say nothing about a closet. He said emo. Don't disrespect talking about come out the emo closet. Stop it, bro. He didn't say nothing about a closet. He said he was emo. That's all he said. He didn't say nothing in reference to a closet. He said emo. That was it. Don't try to play him like that, Jess. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary, and now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
Often of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that.
Well, that's about it, y'all. I mean, pretty much, Trump won the election, man. He won. I think we could kind of wrap it up. I mean, it's almost 2:30 in the morning. I wasn't planning on staying up that late. It's getting kind of late. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I did want to see the speech, but it's looking like it's probably gonna start around 2:45ish to 3 a.m.ish. Yeah, it's getting kind of late, y'all. Listen, Trump won the election. We stayed up. Trump won the election. He pretty much won the election. I want to give a shout out to Sinclair, Reese, Enrique, Rick Slick. He was on earlier. Salute to Nelly, wherever she's at. Salute to all the mods. Salute to Jesse. Salute to Jesse. I see him in there. Salute to all the salute to Zed Ziggy. I didn't see Zed Ziggy in a while. It was nice to see Zed Ziggy. I remember when he used to pull up for the music showcase show. So salute to Zed Ziggy. Salute to everybody that came out tonight. Yeah, man. I think we're gonna call it a night, man. It's a little late. Yeah, it's over. It's over, bro. It's over. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I mean, it's over. It's over. Trump won. It's getting late. Stay tuned tomorrow, y'all. We're gonna do a show tomorrow. Maybe I'll do the speech tomorrow and talk about the speech tomorrow. Actually, hold on. Let me maybe I'll let this play. And I'll just hold on. Let me see something.
And
yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, y'all, because Trump won this thing. Trump won the election, man. Kamala Harris supporters, cry me. Hold on, before I leave, I can't. Sinclair, I have to play this. Please, nobody leave before I play this. Nobody leave before I play this. I have to play this before anybody leaves. Shall we? Hold on. We gotta do this right. We gotta do it right. We gotta do it right. If we're gonna do it, we gotta do it right. Hold on.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
It's a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald. With their gracious aid.
I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want. There's so much potential for beauty and for devastation. In this one moment, it's almost incomprehensible that they can exist right now.
And we are grateful
so
to
close.
President Obama.
Too crazy. Y'all have a good night, man. Yeah, y'all have a good night, man. We out. Toodles, man.
Fire!